In there a million times.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. First up at 8:30 is going to be public comment. I have several names who've put their name on the list to speak. First up is Paul Trask of 108 Bladen Street.
They can stand wherever they want.
Wherever you want, Paul, wherever you want to stand.
They can stand in the back.
We can pick you up.
Good morning. Thank you. So I'll be very brief. I just had three quick points I'd like to make as you think about 2026. Number one, I spoke to you briefly at a city council meeting not long ago. I think it's vital to have a vision, short-term and long-term, for road improvements in anticipation of a successful penny sales tax effort this coming fall. And I encourage the city to begin to prioritize road improvement right away. Have your list, a list that makes sense to the public, practical, and that will help us for the long haul. Number two, city is quite blessed to have a really good planning commission. And the planning commission has been working really hard on all these code edits. And I hope that council will quickly adopt the recommended code edits that come out. That's a big priority, and that should be able to be wrapped up in 2026. And then number three, waterfront park. That is really important. We need to focus on making whatever repairs and so forth to get our waterfront park back and open for the long haul. And that's all I've got. If we can accomplish some of those things here in 2026, we would have really done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. And next is, before I bring you up, Rob, just to set the table here, everybody has 5 minutes. Tracy's going to let me know when that 5 minutes is up, and at that point, to cut you off. So, but Rob Cahill, 608 Water Street.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, and everyone else. Give me a 1 minute warning, because I can probably talk about a day about this. So I bought property here in Beaufort on the way back from my son's basketball game in Fort Lauderdale. This was a pit stop for lunch. Little did I know, before that day was over, I bought 2 pieces of property in City Walk. I didn't even know of Beaufort before, so I'm like a lot of people. I wasn't on my way to Florida to buy property. I was going home. And yet just fell in love with this place. My vision at that time was when I went to Bay Street, I saw a promenade on Bay Street. I didn't see any cars. I went to one of Scott's meetings that he mentioned yesterday briefly that he had with citizens, and there was one of the merchants there talked about there's a you got a parking problem on Bay Street. And I said, contraire, we have a car problem. We have cars, get rid of them. I didn't say it, I said it to myself. Envision a promenade on Bay Street from Charles to Carteret, no cars. We talked Tuesday night about bringing vitality into the downtown area. I've been to places, University of Virginia and Charlottesville. They have a promenade. It took 5 years to get the idea from a solid no to, wow, this could really be amazing. Today it is awesome. I've been there numerous times. Santa Monica did the same thing. Greenville's done some things up the street with the trails that they've done. This is attainable, but it takes a huge, bodacious vision, because I actually said yesterday, I mean, you can't, Bay Street's a state road. And they let you take all of Bay Street, where you can take a portion of it, you got all the underground utilities. I don't know. I don't start with constraints. I start with a vision. And how do you find a way to build understanding first, support, and then like really, really outrageous support for that. It would involve changing traffic patterns. It would involve a whole lot of things. But you can picture what it would be like with architectural drawings, that if you had First Fridays that don't have cars, the degree of community vibrancy is just off the charts. This could become an attraction that people would come to and stay. So I might not have used my 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor. Imagine what that would be like. So just imagine it all the time, and you've got a promenade, and you market that, the merchants are gonna get more foot traffic, you bring other food sorts, places in there, even entertainment. We're not talking about Marriott Hotel, I'm not talking about Marriott hotels. This is all the scale of what Beaufort was. I've been incubating this idea for 10 years. I thought this session would be a good time just to put it on people's radar screen. So we may have a parking lot issue, Scott, you mentioned that, I don't see any parking lot issues. So it's not so much for discussion right now, but just to plant this seed, and I'm told my kids, I'm going out of here in a box. So I want to watch this idea grow, and then I hope to be alive when it becomes traction to fruition. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. Okay, next we have Alice Howard, County Council Chairman. Is it 1705 Riverside Drive?
Yes. Morning, everyone. A couple of council members I've already talked to about this. Here on behalf of Barbara Chimsack, who lives in another part of Mossy Oaks, and I live in Mossy Oaks too. She lives actually what they call Royal Oaks now. I'm here to talk briefly about short-term rentals. Your website is excellent. It's easy if you're considering to do a short-term rental. Anyone should be able to, go through and see what they're supposed to do. We both are concerned that the ordinance is 2018. It needs revision. The maps were done on May 9th, 2018. Mossy Oaks and Royal Oaks are a huge area, and I understand that you could have 6%. I also know anecdotally, but not documented, there are a lot of short-term rentals on Battery Creek Road. And one just opened up on my street, across the street, which brings up another issue. I think landowners, property owners deserve to be notified. Other entities do that. If there's a short-term rental that's about to be considered, I think it's just a courtesy that people should be notified of that, especially if it's a whole house. Now, if it's a carriage house, I can understand where that's not necessary for short-term rentals. Like I said, these are large neighborhoods. I think the ordinance, it may be something for your parking lot, as a suggestion to revise it. And I would, I think if you had some public meetings, and especially the Mossy Oaks area, you'd get a lot of response. Port Royal revised theirs, the county has, all of theirs go through the Zoning Board of Appeals, which is kind of onerous, but it works. And a lot of neighborhoods don't have an HOA or a neighborhood association. I noticed in the city ordinance, the neighborhood association has to be notified. We don't have one where I live. So we had, all of us that are adjacent to this particular house had no clue. And also, the ordinance, it says, to call if there's a complaint. I like that they have the hours that they have to stop activities, but it's not clear on who you call during or after work hours. That's it. Thank you.
And Alice, we have the short-term rental revisions to our ordinance coming up soon.
I know there'd be some people that. I watched the video.
We'll let you know. And-
Okay.
Okay. Next on the public comment list is Joe McDermott, 809 Boundary Street.
Good morning, gurus. I don't see any dinosaurs here. So yeah, I spoke yesterday, and I'm one of those people who's got to write everything down because I'm gonna forget something. So I always, as usual, I forget to say something. So I remember Well, let me first say, I woke up this morning and I said, I like to speak about the sports and the rec. Actually, I like to play it. I actually don't like to speak about it. But I woke up this morning and I says, well, let's just tell them a sports story. They'll see the light. And I said, okay, which story? And it kept swirling around in my head, and they tell them to read a book. Okay, which book? And the thoughts just kept going and going. That's why I can hardly make sense. And I hope not to sound like I'm attacking somebody. I was telling Linda Roper yesterday that it's a disturbing issue. But what I didn't tell her, actually, I just got this. I remember. So yeah, it's the history. So we have all this history. What about the sports? So I don't know the right word. It's not a good history. Everything's disappeared basically. I was reading the other day on Facebook. Hampton, South Carolina group. As somebody was saying, hey, the movie theater disappeared, this did blah, 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 blah. It's like, my God, that sounds just like Beaufort. But, movie theater is not really sports and rec. But what I was remiss, and I forgot to say yesterday was, it's the words of your own council member. So, and that was not last year's retreat, was the retreat before that. And it was at the closing remarks on the last day, Mitch Mitchell made a phrase, and I remember it to this day. He said, it doesn't have to be us against them. And you all know who us and them are, but for the people listening out there, it's basically the government and the public. So, and I don't know if I have any other things to add, but that was remiss in saying that. But I don't know what story to tell you to help anybody see the light. I don't. It's not going to make just tell them a story and everybody lives happily ever after. It doesn't. It doesn't work that way. Yeah, I'm at a loss of words. It's tough for me to talk about this issue. After I go to these meetings, and y'all go to a lot of meetings, and people have commented about just sitting in on meeting very recently, the comments about that. I need to seriously go ride my bike after these meetings and go decompress. Actually, yesterday morning, before the meeting, I jogged for 1 hour. Early in the morning, I went through the street. I did my loop, but there's one part I couldn't do. I couldn't go down the promenade. I usually go down the promenade. I'm either jogging or I'm riding my bike. It doesn't take long to go down that promenade, but it was something little but big at the same time that we had. A lot of stuff disappeared. I could rattle it off. I prefer not to talk about those things, but it disappeared. There were the sports, and it just didn't grow and blah, blah, blah. But the loop I would do is I would start almost right here, close to here. And I would go down Pigeon Point, go down to the landing, come up, go down to the point, go down, circle around the green, come back. That's the route I did yesterday morning. I've done it so many times. Then I would go down, hit the waterfront, come back. I think only maybe a rare time I would do it twice, but most of the time I can only do it once. I'm tired. You get tired after that. So, not to eat up your time, sorry, but probably not making sense. I don't mean to attack anybody, but it's hard to get into this issue. But I saw it was on the agenda. I had to go to work yesterday, so I missed the core competencies. I saw the parks was on there and the waterfront phrase like that. So yeah, y'all know the town, so the people have faith in y'all, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. Mr. McDermott. Ms. Farrelly, you wanted to go before, I'm gonna go online.
Wait.
Okay. All right, next we have Mr. Trask, Graham Trask, online.
Hi, good morning. Can
Morning.
you hear me?
Yes.
Graham Trask, 1211 Bay Street in historic downtown Beaufort. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. I really want to touch on 4 key items. I hope you'll bear with me. I know you've got a 5-minute time limit. Phil, I hope you might give me a little bit of latitude. I want to talk about the core functions or focus areas of our city, the competing visions for downtown Beaufort, what the city can do so that Beaufort may move forward, and then what the city should stop doing so that it can focus on what it should be doing. The core functions of our city must be public safety. We have a police department headed by Stephanie Price. We have a fire department headed by Tim Ogden. We then must focus on public works and infrastructure maintenance. That's well headed by Neil Farrow. That includes road maintenance, drainage, maintaining town hall, and our other core city assets. And then we have our land use, which is headed by Kurt Freeze, which encompasses zoning, building permits, and planning. These core functions, you might call them core competencies, but I wasn't in your meeting yesterday, add significant value to everyone in the city and must be our city's primary focus. These core functions must be carried out in a cost-efficient and bordering on flawless manner. These core functions are led by professionals who know what they're doing. They don't need that much management. We likewise have guiding documents, namely our comprehensive plan, our civic master plan, our criminal law, and our zoning law. These documents should inform the city staff, city council, and all our citizen boards. These documents must be enforced by the city government. If the city doesn't enforce its zoning laws or its criminal laws, for example, what's the use of the documents? In a perfect Beaufort, that's all Beaufort city government should do. As we all know, our city government does a whole host of other activities requiring enormous resources all outside these core functions. These non-core activities have multiplied exponentially over the decades, and it's incumbent upon city staff and the city council to ask the question why we do the activities and the initiatives we do, and are they aligned with the core functions of the city?
You don't live here.
Please keep comments while he's speaking. Go ahead, Mr.
There exist two competing visions, in my opinion, for the historic district. These two visions are, firstly, how do we monetize downtown Beaufort? This vision is driven by the desire for money, by private individuals and companies, and at times, our city government. The opposing view is held by those who want to live in Beaufort and balance growth with livability. The monetized Beaufort vision focuses on how to bring as much business, tourists, events, and convention groups to downtown Beaufort. It's about creating an entertainment district or a social district for amplified music, whereby downtown Beaufort literally becomes the stage upon which people have a good time. It's about allowing cruise ships and tour buses and 4-story nationally branded hotels, along with 4-story parking garages where visitors can park their cars, and bringing convention groups during the week to Beaufort so they can party and listen to presentations in a convention center. And then those visitors can go home someplace else so they can recover and sleep and actually live in quiet residential places like Spanish Point, Mossy Oaks, Cat Island, and the islands of Beaufort. A competing vision focuses on livability to include residents living and working in downtown Beaufort and downtown Beaufort being a home. This is my vision, because I live and pursue my livelihood largely in historic Beaufort. Put another way, Beaufort is for Beaufortonians. Downtown Beaufort is for permanent residents who live, work, shop, eat, and drink in downtown Beaufort. Tourists are the cherry on top. Tourists are not the reason for being. Therefore, boutique hotels are also fine to cater to these tourists. I live downtown. I own property downtown. I lease property downtown to permanent residents and to a restaurant, and to a retail store, and to offices, and to a wine bar. I don't own a single hotel room, nor do I own a single short-term rental. I and all my tenants coexist and respect each other. They recognize that each needs to work together to ensure that downtown Beaufort remains livable. When I cut the lights off at work, or I pay my bill at a restaurant, I don't leave, I stay. That's why I stand up so strongly against those who push so forcefully to make money by monetizing downtown Beaufort. I do this because I will not allow downtown Beaufort, where I live, to turn into downtown Nashville, or downtown Charleston, or downtown Savannah, or downtown New Orleans, the home of Bourbon Street, or turn into Las Vegas or Orlando, home to Disney World. These are all great places, but they've all allowed themselves to be monetized, and in my opinion, destroyed. Downtown Beaufort is for living, for offices, for restaurants, retail stores, bars, and boutique hotels, all of which must fit seamlessly and sympathetically into Beaufort's landmark historic district's architectural character, and all consistent with our civic master plan. Standing up for Beaufort and against those pushing the monetized Beaufort vision is not easy. One is standing up against the Chamber of Commerce, a $1 trillion investment group such as Blackstone, to which the city has illegally leased our marina. Standing up against local developers who want to turn Beaufort into a convention group destination. You're also standing up against your very own city government, which seems to have bought into the monetized Beaufort vision. Perhaps it's for the incremental hospitality tax revenue. I don't know. What I do know is that people who live here elect the city council.
Mr. Trask, if you would, you're over your 5-minute limit. Could you kind of sum it up real quickly for us?
I can't actually, Phil. You want me to come back? You want me to, I'm going to say it. You want me to say it now, or you got 7 more minutes?
We have, I don't know, does anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Yes, we have somebody else wishes to speak, so can you do, we have comment?
Where is he speaking from?
I'll wrap up and then I'll come back with my key priorities, Phil, if I must, this afternoon.
Okay, if you don't mind, because you did send us your written copy of this, right?
I have not sent it yet, but I will send it.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay, I'll wrap up and then I'll come back with the key priorities.
All right, thank you.
In standing up against these powerful voices, I've relied on my First Amendment constitutional right to speak up and out, as well as my constitutional right to petition my government for redress of grievances. As a result, and for the past 2.5 years, I've been forced to defend myself against one of those monetized Beaufort developers who in July 2023 filed a spurious and frivolous $120 million strategic lawsuit against public participation, a SLAPP lawsuit, in an attempt to shut me up and take away my First Amendment constitutional rights. My 85-year-old father has also been forced to defend himself against a similar $120 million lawsuit designed to shut him up and take away his constitutional rights. It will be shown that this monetized Beaufort developer, it is shown that this monetized Beaufort developer will stop at nothing and abuse our legal process to bully me, my father, and anyone and everyone, to include everyone in this room who might speak against him and potentially stand in his way. So is this important? Yes. Is this worth fighting for? Yes. And I will continue in your afternoon session with my key priorities, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. Ms. Farrelly?
Thank you. I apologize for being late. I was blocked in by workers at the house. Very briefly, similar actually to what Mr. Trask said, I saw that you were kind of stuck yesterday in the first part of the core competencies, and I thought perhaps it might help to say that instead of thinking of them as core competencies, think of them as core responsibilities. Competency is how well you do something, and I mean, I'm just amazed and grateful and so proud of all of you, fire, police, council, for all the training you've done and the awards that you've received for doing so. That shows competency. Responsibilities are those things: fire, police, making sure you put out a fire, responding to crime, budgeting. The other things that you do to support families and youth, which is very commendable and responsible and worthy, perhaps is not really a responsibility in terms of a core responsibility. It's strategic in that everything that you do develops a responsible and caring citizenry. And so perhaps if you looked at the individual police, fire, whatever, and broke it out into what actually has to be done, what absolutely has to be done as a core, and the other things as strategic, you might be able to move ahead a little bit more easily. Thank you so much for
Thank you very much.
letting me to speak. Allowing me to speak.
Mr. Hartman?
Hello, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Eric Hartman, 328 Cottage Farm. Apologies for not being able to be there in person, but I did watch all day yesterday, and I wanted to thank you all so much for doing this. It was super productive, very positive, and I learned a lot. And I know it's a hard job that you guys do, so I really wanted to make sure to thank you all for doing it, because it is very much appreciated. You know, it's interesting because I had this comment to make, and a lot of other people have made the exact same point, including the leadership, which is the fact that we need to focus on the core bread and butter issues of Beaufort. You know, the waterfront is just the perfect example for the public. You know, life happens. We understand that, you know, ribbon cuttings and new things and, you know, flashy objects are, you know, they're a fact of life in politics, especially local politics. And people like to do stuff and make stuff and have stuff be their legacy. But oftentimes these meat and potatoes, or as we say here, shrimp and grits issues, the very basics that people expect to be taken care of, fall through the cracks. And I think that this is a real opportunity for us to all refocus on this stuff. Again, there's going to be a ribbon cutting now for the waterfront, but there didn't have to be. These are boring things that go under the radar. But again, the expectation is that they're being taken care of, especially when our budget keeps going up. You know, people look around and ask, where the heck is the money going? That's a valid question. Do want to address real quick the what we talked about a lot yesterday, which is the development. And it was very encouraging to hear, because it sounded like almost everyone there is on the same page. These projects coming in are nightmares, and I think we all realize that at this point. The 2014 comp plan's focus on density at all costs was severely misguided, and we're dealing with the consequences of that now. The 2014 comp plan, in essence, favored potential new residents and put their interests over existing residents and the quality of life that already existed here. And I think that was a real mistake. You know, the infrastructure, you know, promised that, oh, we'll build it and we'll fix the infrastructure. And this was pointed out as well. I mean, that may be true in some areas, but here it's simply impossible. There's no way we're going to be able to upgrade our roads to handle the traffic that's about to come in. And that is it is severely irresponsible to have happened. We do need, to Josh's point, we do need to figure out and find ways to creatively reduce the density of these things. And if that means buying density down or whatever, that's unfortunate, because the density crank seems to only go one way. The zoning crank seems to only go one way. And we wouldn't find ourselves in a position of having to buy down density if, for instance, like projects like Allison Road, once the hospital project fell through, if that zoning had rightfully reverted to the original single-family zoning. It's things like that should not be allowed to be happening and are causing the problem that we're having to deal with now. So again, as Mr. Mitchell pointed out, we are the #1 small city. We're the belle of the ball. Everybody wants to come here. But what that means is we have the choice and the responsibility to act like the popular person we are. We need to be a lot more selective in terms of who we dance with. And it really feels like a lot of these projects, we just opened up the land and said, anybody wants to come and dump on Beaufort, come on. And that really is kind of the vibe that most people are getting from this. We're Beaufort. We're awesome. There's so much great about here. We don't need to be another Charleston. We don't need to be another Greenville. We can't. And it really feels like that drive to that FOMO, that fear of not being some other place, is really driving what we're having to deal with today. So that's my main comment. I do want to thank my neighbors, Joe, Diane, Patrick, Graham, Rob, and all the other residents who showed up in person and let their feelings known. But again, thank you guys for the wonderful sessions I hope to watch all day today. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, with that, any more comments? I don't see anybody else, so we'll move into the future initiative discussion.
Actually, Kurt will begin this. And just to set it up, I know I've had conversations with several members of council as well about the possibility of engaging your interest and appetite for a couple of things. One, introducing some annexation incentives to take care of some of our enclave areas within the city, and then surrounded by the city, not in the city. And the other issue being if you have an appetite for pursuing any redevelopment incentives for some areas in our town that could look a little nicer as you're coming into town and as you're traversing some of our main lines. That's the backdrop for this, just pretty good discussion. Kurt will talk to you about some incentive possibilities. I got you. I'm boarding it over here.
All right. I guess we'll start with annexation incentives. The state's pretty restrictive on annexation incentives, I think probably for good reason. Reduce cities from, being aggressive annexing property. But we utilize the incentives that are allowed in the state statute. But essentially, they haven't been really acting in that incentive right now. So that's the background of this. And really what the state allows. And then the rehabilitation incentives also, I guess, are really kind of part of the annexation incentive. So I'll just talk about the what our code really allows is reimbursement currently equal to 2 times the amount of the real property taxes. And that's pretty much all we have right now for annexation incentives. And then the rehabilitation incentives are in the same code section. They're limited in the current code, and it hasn't really been changed. It was first done in 2002, it was updated in 2020. But they're limited to empty, vacant commercial buildings. They're really to encourage development and density in the downtown, which I think you've heard a lot of comments about, and I don't know that I need to go on too much about that. Encouragement of student housing and affordable housing and annexation incentives. So again, your rehabilitation incentives are really just limited to the vacant buildings, density, basically housing. Reimbursement is really for that, it requires a 12-month period that either the building or the student housing is vacant. It requires it to be in a downtown property, or it requires the rehabilitation incentive for the building to be upgraded to a habitable condition. So those are the kind of the restrictions right now. And so the sources of reimbursement, I guess that's not as exciting as the rest of it, but it's really from the general fund, from a TIF district, and really just for those property taxes. So I guess some of the ideas I think that we were kind of thinking about or wanting to talk about is what are other communities doing? They're waiving impact fees. We have some, of course, that would probably take some coordination with the county. They're doing utility fee offsets, so we don't own the utilities, but one thing we could do is maybe a fund for utilities, because as I think you were realizing in the development presentation, that's kind of probably the biggest issue for a lot of these developers is water and sewer. And just about that, the Jasper impact fees are it basically will triple starting in, I believe, July 1st. So they've doubled so far. On July 1st, they go up and we go on their next round, which is essentially tripling from 2024. So that's a good, I guess, incentive, I think, to have for maybe annexation. Business license waivers, it's something that a lot of communities are doing. They're waiving fees for a number of years. Maybe a waiver of design review or application fees. That's in my department. That can help. Those are the main things that other communities are doing, kind of incentivize annexation incentives, especially that we're kind of not doing, and utilities being the big thing. And then I think as Scott was alluding to, if we go to that previous slide, you could see the restriction on the rehabilitation incentives. It's really limited to the downtown affordable housing and student housing. And that leaves out all of the property on Rebo Road, on 21, on Boundary Street. And I think as was being alluded to, those are some gateway areas that have some properties that are in could be improved, and maybe if you looked at changing this ordinance to include those areas, that might help give the cities some tools to kind of start improving some of those areas. And I kind of talked about the utility fee offsets. I guess how we would do this, every project has to pay fees to the Jasper Water and Sewer Authority. They have impact fees themselves and capacity fees. And so, one thought could be that, and that other communities do, is that, both for rehabilitation and for annexation, is that you set aside some money in your budget to basically qualify to rehabilitate projects for what would be the most expensive project you have. Again, business license waivers and waivers. So these are all things that I think we could incentivize. There's other things that we can do that make things more attractive to bringing into the city, and that's I think we probably have the most expedited permitting in this area, so that's a positive for developers and for anyone who's trying to revitalize their business. And the approval process, should be known and deliberate. I think with the code changes, we tried to make that very clear to everyone. Fire rating is obviously a big impact, and since we're kind of the highest rated, I think fire district, that's a big deal. We do provide the trash and police services. That's it's a big benefit, but then there's uses and development otherwise not allowed in the county. Those are some other incentives for annexation that kind of help. But I think the recommendation is to, should we consider, as you're learning, doing a fund to offset the taxes, maybe allowing the city manager to waive impact or application fees for annexation for rehabilitation projects. And then just as we've been talking about, maybe to continue to streamline processes for doing the code, to make it easier for that opportunity developer into the city. So those were just some kind of basic things, I guess, to get your conversation going.
I think it would be helpful if you had some maps showing us exactly where these donut holes, as I call them, exist. Also, what areas coming into the city, and I think I have an idea, but what areas you're looking at redeveloping as an entranceway. The other thing is, whatever we do in terms of annexation, is it part of our strategic plan, if you will? Is this something we want? There's some areas you may want to annex, there's some areas that may not. And then the bottom line is, do we have some type of physical impact analysis that's going to show, is this worth it? The benefits that we're giving out, including a fund for utilities, is it going to pay for itself and when? Otherwise, I think we're kind of getting off the purpose here, getting out of our core competency. So it has to fit into where we want to go as a city. This is what I'm saying. I think the maps would have been helpful.
Yeah, we could
Just real quick to touch on the map, if you do go to the GIS portal, to the city map and put the layer on there for city zoning, it does show those donut holes because it basically grays them out. So it shows.
I know where a couple of them are. I'm just talking for the public so they could
Oh,
see.
yeah, yeah.
It's not just the donut holes, there's a number of buildings that need very, very much be rehabbed, I can think of it.
We can do some things, but
Vacant lots that just look
for
nasty.
infill, sure. It's got to pay for itself.
Yeah, well, there's some vacant lots that I can think of one in particular where there was a gas station and another business and leveled it, just left it empty.
Around my house.
Yeah. I don't want to call out the owner, but anyway, we need to somehow incentivize them to get things fixed up. There's a couple places on Carteret Street that need it real bad. It's actually falling in, looks like. And something needs to be done. Whether we use our nuisance ordinance or whatever, but we need to really get them to do something.
So when I think of annexation, and to me, at this point for the city, only annexation that makes sense in the immediate is closing some of those donut holes, and primarily for the purpose of being able to provide better services. And I think that's sometimes where you get hung up. But two of them are inside of the TIF district, and so I think that we potentially could have funds to help incentivize that. But going back to one of the things that you had brought out in the presentation, that our current incentives haven't been attracting applicants. One of the questions that came to my mind is what have we done now at this point to identify why exactly those incentives haven't encouraged applicants? Is it because the incentive is not the right incentive for resident? Or is there another reason that may be addressed as well for why they're not interested in applying for annexation? Have we done any kind of deeper dive into why people haven't been applying for annexation?
don't think we have.
Okay. Because I don't disagree that maybe there needs to be, some more thought into refining the incentives that we offer, but I just would also want to try to better understand exactly why the incentives we haven't been attracting. Because it may not be the incentives themselves, there may be another reason.
taxes.
Maybe it is, I don't know.
I think there's an assumption that they'll pay more taxes. I've heard that complaint a number of times.
I've heard
is
that, and I've heard trust.
Assumption that the taxes, they'll pay county and city taxes. So
But then it would tell you that, okay, well, if that's not the case, then maybe an education campaign to get past that would be, an additional option that we can put on the table. So that's why I was thinking it may be good just to try to figure out what the issue actually is, see if we can get feedback.
I could add, they do lose the fire district tax when they annex into the city, so a lot of people don't understand that. So education to that point, I think would be helpful.
That's the incentive.
It's almost a wash from
yes.
burden to us and taxes paid.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of a dichotomy here because there's the residential residents, and to annex is a very difficult process. It's, it takes months. And it has to be initiated by the resident of South Carolina. Right? We can't force it like a lot other states. If you did like, I think the last state I was in, if you had a certain percentage, the city can just annex you whenever it feels like, really. So, but that's not the case here. So, it's very, typically residents don't want to annex because they have to process. And it's for a reason. Do they need a dock? Is it something like that? Develop their property, maybe they have a large property and they want to separate it out and develop some of it. There's usually a reason for the resident to annex, whereas the developer is usually the person that's trying to acquire land, and then they try to understand, what uses does the city allow, what services does the city allow, what benefits does the city allow. I think this has probably all been weighted towards the developer. Your regulations is, this is annexation has been weighted to the developer. What is the city offering? We're offering a city property tax moratorium, if you will, or waiver, but that's about it. So.
And I think and I mentioned this before at the MASC meeting, we had an annexation model, City of Beaufort, so people can determine on their own whether or not it's worth it to come into the city, showing you what your benefits would be coming in versus not coming in. And the same thing for us, if you're talking about major annexations with large tracts of land, it would be nice for a council to have a model they could look at and say, okay, is this short-term investment that we're making, these incentives and everything else, worth it in the long haul, yes or no? Because you don't want to get it the other way around. We come in the short end of the stick. It's got to pay for itself. I think growth has to pay for itself. We can't keep burdening the existing taxpayer.
One more question. Really, there's not a whole lot that I'm seeing on here as property that we would even be interested in annexing if the purpose was just to close donut holes and provide better service. If it was to grow within the growth boundary, then that's a different story. But I think that our focus is need to be more so on what we have now and providing good service for the properties that are currently in the city, with the exception of the donut holes. But just looking at the map, there's really only two spots. There's the, off of Boundary Street, north of Boundary Street, Palmetto, down to Riverbank, and then, what is that? Walsh Drive. Those are the only two that I see that would be considered donut holes on that side, really. You got some in the industrial park, but are there any other parcels, and maybe the back on Salem Drive East and West, but are there any other parcels that you would consider being good properties that the city should consider annexing? That are not outside of?
That's a little. I don't know that, you do have some donut holes, so if you're interested in this residential annexation, maybe policy and fiscal figure out how much would it cost if we annex the whole building, and services, police, we didn't pay the streets, but other areas, you have a lot of areas of Ladies Island where it's like hit or miss on like major roads where it's city, county, city, county. It's, I guess if I had to say one area that, a lot of Ladies Island, doesn't make a lot of sense on Sea Island, so.
Yeah.
Any other comments? I think this is another deep dive we need to do. An opportunity to look at what areas make sense, and what incentives can we do. And I'd like to see us try to come up with some kind of model annexation thing where people can look at it. Is it worth it, is it not? I mean, that's part of your sales thing if that's what you're trying to do. You're gonna come in. And it would apply on Ladies Island as well. I mean, it's probably the same thing. You could probably make this argument.
So kind of start to revisit the ordinance that we have, it has both things in it, and, you know, it's added to like 21 and Boundary Street and Repo Road.
Yeah, well, one thing we need to do is look at, and I don't know how many properties, I said the maps would help, but let's say from the air station, Plumbers Park, all the way to the city. Some areas are still outside city limits, it makes sense to don't bring in because of service delivery. Which ones don't? And the redevelopment in that area can be kind of shady. Some areas between the air station and Needle Road, let's say. If you want to redevelop, that's something you want to do.
I'd say even narrow it down from Paris Island, right in there.
You can do it in phases, but I'm telling you, you need to take a holistic look at it.
What road, I'd say yes.
We'll work on the staff side to put together some packages for consideration that will take into account return on investment, how much it will cost our emergency services in the meantime, those types of activities, and bring it to you in a work session. So I've got that marked down for a deep dive.
Sounds like you want to do each area, is that what I'm hearing, like maybe Ladies Island? Maybe
Look
the
at-
residential areas.
When you look at maps and it makes sense. It's a natural.
The tax incentive on Ladies Island is not as great as it is on the.
Correct.
No, that's not true. You're fine. I think you're off the hook for a moment. That's fine. So the municipal complex parking, I know we've discussed that previously. I just want to be sure that we're all in agreement, staff and council alike, that we're a little short on parking around the municipal complex, and that it's a healthy decision to move forward with trying to solve that problem. And that will include acquisition of property and also design of a parking lot, for example. So if council is on board with those things, we'll start putting staff resources into bringing those to you for consideration.
I think personally we should go forward simply because a lot of the parking spaces in and around City Hall are occupied by law enforcement, and it would be nice for them to have an area where they could put their vehicles in and free up some parking for people who want to come in.
We can, we're not in a position right now where we can discuss details of funding sources right now because there are too many different things in flux, some of which you're aware of, that could provide some funding for that particular project. Of course, we also have TIF 2 funds, which can cover expenses in this area as well. And I know historically those TIF 2 funds were set aside for the Parallel Road project, which this council has effectively put on hold indefinitely. And I think later on we'll discuss some transportation projects. I know Councilman Scaletti has talked to me about an idea that he has that may have some merit for going on the transportation sales tax referendum that would provide some relief for that overloaded Boundary Street corridor is basically a bottleneck. There's nowhere else for traffic to go there, so it's got to pass through there. So just want to be sure you're on board still with municipal complex parking. And if you are, then we will work diligently to try to make that happen and factor that into our budget that we bring to you for FY27.
Unfortunately, I think it's needed, so.
It is, and it can do more than just provide municipal parking. We can also create space for tour buses, which would free up additional parking downtown if the tour buses drop off their customers downtown and they circle back, and it's not very far to come down here to the municipal complex if we provide parking for their buses. So.
I'm in agreement.
I do struggle with it, especially if part of the funding would come from the TIF2, and I know that it's in that district, but multiple times, and Mike would probably remember this too, but there was a redevelopment commission that was charged with providing recommendations to the city and how the surplus of those funds would be used. But it stated several times in the Boundary Street Master Plan, and it said, and I quote, "Use surplus tax increment financing, TIF2 funds, for preliminary engineering of transportation enhancement projects." And being that the city did fail to successfully get a parallel road, which was a large part of the Boundary Street Master Plan and offsetting some of the congestion, I do think that not only the alternative route on the other side, which we can get into later, would be in our best interest, but I also feel like those funds would be more appropriate and more appropriately used based on, what was initially stated to the public whenever we collected that money. And even though it's been several years from now, or since that time, I still think the most appropriate use is what it was originally set out for. And just to remind everybody of some of the redevelopment commission's recommendations, it was matching local funds for federal grants, preliminary engineering cost for capital improvement projects, and public-private partnership efforts, which they said most redevelopment of private property that will occur will require improvements to public infrastructure or construction within public rights-of-way. But even the public perception of, we talked about two differing visions on downtown, and you have on one hand parking not a problem, and you have on another hand parking a severe problem that needs to be addressed. The city has studied it, 6 or 7 times and probably discussed it way more than that. And I'm more of the mindset that there is a parking problem downtown, and if there's one downtown and one at our municipal complex, I would be hard pressed to address our problem before really doing much to address the issue of parking downtown. And I know that it's mentioned, we'll have tours can park there, and that would help. I'm not convinced that would really be utilized as much as, I don't think the return on investment would be there, I guess. This would be a pretty costly project, and I'm not sure that it would be utilized enough to offset that cost, at least in the sense of providing relief for downtown. I'm not saying that, it wouldn't be used by staff or by, the public who's coming to City Hall, but I don't think that the benefit to downtown would be worth the cost to the public to put it in place. So I have a little hesitation. It's not that I deny there's a need. I'd like to maybe visit some kind of alternatives to where else could we park those vehicles? Are all of those vehicles used all of the time? Is there an opportunity for us to maybe take some of the surplus vehicles and have a partnership with the county to where we utilize some of the space at the sheriff's office downtown? Have we had that discussion? Is there an appetite for that? Are there any other options for land that we have that can be used to house some of those cars? But I'd like to see if there was a cheaper route for us to better use the space that we have, opposed to buying more property and building another parking lot.
Property could also be used as a staging area for a trolley, bringing people downtown, relieving the parking downtown. It's got a lot of potential. I mean, it'll be used also for staff at City Hall, but during events, it could be where the carriages go pick up people and everything, golf carts, whatever. It's not that far away. There's a lot of potential. It could be used for a number of things, for events. So like I say, I'm very much in favor of us obtaining that parking lot, that property for a parking lot.
Yeah, and, regardless of how we get the funds, and, Josh's point are well taken, but it's very unsightly to see our police cars parked all around the streets. They have them sitting there so long, they're already unused. It's not conducive to an orderly sense of an environment, which police should be all about order. Just this morning when I drove in and parked, I saw the police cars parked all along the streets. It would be much better, whether we use TIF funds or not, but I think that should be a priority for us to kind of bring all of that kind of on campus, if you will.
McPhee, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I was in favor of the acquisition. I think the need for additional parking is here, and it's not going to get any less. There's no question between the courts building, the police department, and the city hall. And came back creating additional office space in city hall and having additional staff that will create additional parking issues. We have the land fund, we have money in the land fund that we could utilize for acquisition.
And there's an opportunity that we will also have some funds, some proceeds from the sale of property, potential sale of property within the next year that we could roll over and apply to that, where we may not have to even touch TIF funds to do it, so. That's when I alluded to a lot of moving parts, that's part of the equation. Mayor, do you have any other comments about parking?
I think I said,
Complex?
I think also the Northern Regional Transportation Plan that needs to be reviewed before we move forward or anything, just to see, to Josh's point, how you can fit that in as maybe a bus stop, trolley stop, I don't know, whatever.
That kind of gets to Councilman Lipson's point, I believe anyway, of being able to establish a stop there, that trolley system.
Any other items here?
We talked about the creation of additional office space in City Hall yesterday, just briefly. I don't know if there are any additional thoughts you had between yesterday and now on your comfort level with that, so.
And where would that be?
We have open space on the first floor where we don't have offices, so we could create office space. I'm not really in favor of putting offices on the ground level, but if we needed to, we surely could. I don't think that space is utilized, but I don't think it's well utilized. So we tighten up our utilization of space, City Hall, but there are ample areas to create.
Bureau of Coastal Management's going to be there for a while. They got a lease.
They do have a lease. They have a 3-year lease, if I recall. Glenn, is it 3 years or 2 years?
It's a 3.
Are they, since you get, they're planning on renewing?
I think they intend to stay there forever.
Any offices can we get downstairs on that other part, on that first floor?
I really don't know until I have an architect come in and take a look at the space and just rough sketch out what.
It's about 6. Yes, about 6. That's just a rough guess from the space.
We could probably get at least that many. And here's an opportunity, just others with a big question mark. What's on your minds? What do you think we should be doing? What would you like to see?
I think that our primary focus should be, and I know we've said it over and over again, is the waterfront park. And then exploring other options for transportation. I think if we were to do a parallel road option on the other side, let's say the sales tax doesn't pass. Does it still need to get done? It does. So anything that we can do, any step that we can take to get engineering done, to be shovel-ready on some of these major projects that we know we're gonna need, regardless of if any one funding option comes through or not, would be in our best interest. Downtown, we know we're gonna have to have grant funding, but I also don't like the fact that for all of our capital projects, or most of them, if we didn't have grant funding, we wouldn't be able to do it. And so I'd really like to see us start putting money aside somehow, whether it was establishing another TIF, or I'm not sure of what all of the options would be, but we need to start setting money aside, because there's also the reality that some of the grants that we would hope to get would not be available to us whenever we needed to move forward with construction on, the waterfront park being just one project of several that I think will be in our future. So I think working in the direction of even setting more aside than we do now. Alan, I don't mean to catch a cold. I know last year, I think it was 28 million in our capital projects budget, right? Most of that, or all of that's committed.
Yeah, most of those are grants, things like that too.
Most of those are grants and most of that's committed. Well, we still got capital projects. We will still have at least, a couple of transportation and stormwater projects in Waterfront Park. So with those being on our plate, I'm not sure how much we can take on past that and still successfully be able to get through those projects if grant funding is very limited, and that is a reality.
I agree. I don't we can rely on grant money forever. It's kind of lean right now anyway. A lot of people competing for the same dollars. So we ought to be looking at setting aside some money for these projects.
Well, we do. We have as Alan demonstrated yesterday, we have a healthy fund balance. And the trend is it's getting healthier and healthier. That's a two-edged sword, right? On one hand, you want to have a healthy fund balance that allows you to get low interest rates and allows you to save for a rainy day, or if you need matching funds for a grant you weren't anticipating, you don't want to let that opportunity go by, then you have matching funds there. But on the other hand, you don't want to get too heavy, because then the citizens want to know why you have more of their money than you need. So
I think if you can earmark some of that and say this is for these types of projects, construction projects, from they're good with it.
yeah, and we have a capital fund balance.
Yeah, we have different committed fund balances for capital projects, for redevelopment, and for land acquisition. So we are kind of putting those kind of excess funds into those committed fund balances, as Scott mentioned, for local matches and for other things that we need to. We'll have to look and see if we can get some state federal funds, or we'll have to look at borrowing some monies in the future, because some of these capital projects are multi-million-dollar projects, multi-million-dollar costs that we don't have funding for right now.
We don't have a price tag on Waterfront Park yet. We're getting closer, but I am confident that whatever the cost projections are for that project, they will exceed the levy that you want to put on city taxpayers. So the need to get grant funding and other sources of funding for that will be paramount at that point.
Scott, can you talk, or what kind of feedback we've been getting from our state delegation in terms of the urgency for funding for to fix Chambers Park?
They're all very aware, and we're even engaged with our congressional office and with our U.S. Senator's offices as well. So we're in touch and we're communicating with all of them.
Yeah, I think, I guess the only thing we can control is what we can control here. I think our lead state delegation folks realizes, they're home folks too, the importance of Chambers Park. So, hopefully we can bridge any gap that we have there. On the transportation piece, talking to a prominent person a couple days ago about parking, and he was saying that, we should look hard at 500 Carteret Street as an ideal parking spot, to put a level parking. And my mind was hearkening back to the parking that a developer was trying to put at Craven and Charles in that space. We do need parking, and the other relative piece to that, I think, is the parking that we're talking about at the complex here. One is tied up in a lawsuit. I don't think there's an appetite, to make 500 Carteret Street a 3-level parking space. It's not exactly, not as close as Craven Charles is to Bay Street, which is kind of where we're trying to get people. But we as city council are able, I think, to control maybe getting parking space here at this complex. So, our first choice may not be available, so maybe we run with what we can do to alleviate the problem, address the problem where we can, by putting parking here. The other thing is on the transportation piece is that, I think my vision of that trolley or whatever, it would hit Ladies Island. It would obviously come across Woods Bridge and the downtown area, the complex here, and probably out to, Robin Smalls, Walmart area out there, and then back through Port Royal. So maybe that transportation piece is not something we need to address by ourselves, but in partnership with Port Royal and the county.
You touched on 500 Carteret and parking garage. I just want to throw out there that as I understand the history behind 500 Carteret, and Linda's my source of information on this, so I trust it implicitly. The reason that 500 Carteret was bought initially by the city was we intended to put a parking garage at 500 Carteret. After the property was purchased, that we found out that it was not of the right size that would support a parking garage. And so then we made the best use of the building, and it has become what it is now. So that's the history behind it. There was an intention at one point to put a parking garage there, but apparently it wasn't a possibility. Do you have more details on that, Linda?
Yeah, there was 2 options for that property. One, the land, we could actually improve the parking and get a little bit more parking than what's available there today. And then, yes, the original, as you go further down the line, they were like, and later on, you could put a parking garage there. We actually engaged some consultants to do that. And because of the house and the budget print building, it doesn't work for, once you get higher, it doesn't have the turn radiuses or allows for the ramps for you to come back down again. So it's not conducive for, as it is today, just what we own is not conducive for a parking area. The other, or parking garage, but it is for improvements. You could probably get another, with some reconfiguration, probably about another 20 or 30 spaces in there. And I'd have to look back, but we did already when we purchased it, we added the gravel lot, which is 27 spaces, and 22 or 27 spaces, and that is the employee parking for $20 a month. That is utilized, not full, but is utilized. And the consultant also made the comment that it is a little bit too outside of the radius for what would be prime for a parking garage for the workforce in downtown at that time.
How many spaces do we have? in the parking lot there at 500 Carteret?
There's probably, I don't want to say other than, I think it's about 60 spaces, including there's 8 spaces behind Budget Print.
How many of those are leased? You know, just off the,
There's probably, there's probably about 15 spaces that are leased in there that people can use. And then, but in the employee lot, I believe, I'd have to look back at my notes, but it's probably about 10, 15 that is on a regular basis.
Anything we can do to encourage more people to lease in there?
We can put it out a little bit more, probably. We probably can make it, put out some information to the businesses and say that that's available. I will say that a lot of people say it's a little bit of a trek, but then others, they love it. They say they love the walk. You know, it's only 3 blocks. I walk it on a regular basis. It takes less than 5 minutes to get to the waterfront park from 500 Carteret, and that's just my, and maybe that's what we need to convey. And it is $20 a month versus $35 for the other hang tags for the 8-hour spaces in downtown. And private lots are renting for $70 and $75 a month.
Alan, with the, maybe you don't have this information now, but I think this would be helpful for us at some point. With the general obligation bonds and the revenue bonds that we have on the books, does the city have more borrowing power? And if so, how much borrowing power do we have? Because ultimately, whatever project we do that's to that magnitude, whether it's a parking garage or waterfront park or, additional roads, it's going to require, a bond of some kind. And so you can only borrow but so much. And if we don't have any borrowing power, then it's a factor that's going to get in the way. Or if we have limited, then obviously it will help determine what those priorities are. But without knowing that, it makes it a little bit challenging, because then you just start talking about all the things that you do need, and we do need a lot. So would there be surely there's a way to determine, what our borrowing power is?
I don't have that exact number right now. I can definitely look into it, but for the GEO bond, there's some capacity right now. Plus, I was looking at one of our GEO bonds. One of the debt payments is going to go down a good bit within 5 years or so. And now we're making like $1 million payment, and it goes down to almost like $100,000 or so somehow, how the arrangement is and stuff. So there'll be some capacity in a few years from now for that. Plus, we're also talking about, another thing is, on 1100 Bounty Street, if we can, there's a GEO bond tied to that purchase of that property. So if there's a way we can sell that property, we can use those proceeds of that to pay down some of that debt. That will generate more GEO bonding capacity on that side. On the revenue bond for parks and tourism, as you know, we have 2 revenue bonds right now. One of them is about to be all paid off of. I think it's not till July of 2027 where that one's paid off of. So that will increase our capacity on the parks and tourism revenue side. But it just depends on how those revenues are coming in. But
That was the waterfront park renovations.
Yeah, that waterfront park one will be finished up. We got, I think, 2 more payments I'm making on that. So that will open up some capacity, that side of things. So that's kind of where we stand about. I can look a little bit more and see where we are right now and what we're looking for in the future as far as bonding capacity. But
still have a GEO bond on the Commerce Park?
no, we pay that off. All good.
It makes sense to pay it off early.
In some cases.
Well, that one is for next year, and that frees up.
Depends on what you need cash for other things.
Yeah, we just have to look at our,
Okay.
if we want to raise our debt millage just to pay off that a little bit early, that might be an option, but I'll look at that a little bit more.
And then I guess a common practice among most cities, if they use revenue bonds for parking, that's money that's generated. That would be a tough sell, I think, here. We'd have the revenue pay off this.
On the model, a couple years ago, we took a look at some of those models with our bond attorneys. It didn't make sense at the time.
I will tell you, since if we're going to throw it out there, employee parking, Charleston, as you know, has set aside one of their old parking lots for their bulk terminal on the Cooper River side, Union Pier.
The old cruise terminal.
Yeah, Union Pier area. They've opened that up for employee parking. The only problem is that's miles away from most of the restaurants. What they do, they have something called CARTA, which is a Charleston Area Transportation, I think is what it's called. But they come by and pick up the employees and take them, around town to drop off. We don't have that, and that's why I think it's key that we get some kind of shuttle system. If you can identify a place, whether it's 500 Carteret or some other place for employee parking, you gotta have a means of getting them where they can get to work.
Do you know in Charleston who pays for that service? Is it the city or?
In Carter, I think it might be a regional transportation group, city, but they do have the downtown area, they call it Carter, but I think it's Charleston area, so it has to be several municipal governments or probably county funding that. It's a bus system and a trolley system.
Any other initiatives from other council members you want to throw on the table to discuss with your peers?
And I don't want to belabor the point, but I don't know how many other initiatives we would be able to successfully take on with the priorities that we know we can't get around. I can't get it out of my head that there is the reality that we may not be able to get as much grant funding as we hope that we need to. And if that leaves us in a position of, not being able to fix the waterfront park, that's going to be a very, very big deal. So I would hate to step into smaller initiatives just because we have the ability to do them, but then put ourselves further away from being able to make up the delta of less grant funding for the projects that we really need.
That's a good point, and as we move forward with the engineers on Waterfront Park, we may want to discuss with them whatever option council chooses to go with for the mitigation plan. There are opportunities for a phased approach that will open up the park over time, so I'm just waiting for the whole thing to.
Speaking of the park, any information that you, Josh, can say in terms of when engineers are going to bring this charrette to the public?
We don't have a date from them yet. We're continuing to ask, but we don't have a date from them yet. We're still targeting first quarter this year to bring it. So, and we're 1 month down and 2 to go, so.
Any update on the DADOC?
Yes, the permit has been, permit application has been submitted for the DADOC, and if I recall correctly, and Linda, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they found out that the most recent permit that was submitted could also be applied to this project as well. Am I recalling that correctly? Which should also speed up the approval process. We're crossing our fingers and hoping like heck that we can have it open by Water Festival, so.
Think they can get it built that quickly, the bridge? Okay.
They sound optimistic.
And I'll just say this to council. When I think about the waterfront park project, it's 4 phases, right? Phase 1, data collection. Phase 2 was our design alternatives / explore funding opportunities. Phase 3, permitting. Phase 4, construction, essentially. And part of the Waterfront Advisory Committee's responsibility was that exploration of funding piece. And so in parallel with waiting for the design alternatives, which as Scott pointed out, we do hope to have, first quarter that we could do our public charrette. We'll be discussing on Monday the survey results and what came back from that. And that's not, structural components, that's just more design and seeing, what the appetite of the community is. But one of the things that I have been working with the congressional district on is identifying very specific grants that could work for the project. The caveat and the struggle has been not knowing what alternative we'll go with, but some of the overlapping issues of elevation and what needs to be done are it still gives you a list of options that could exist. And so we've been taking that a little bit further to see if we can hone in on specific grants that may be, we'll have a better opportunity to target. And that's an important part of what I feel like the charge is for the Waterfront Advisory Committee, because you can get all the way down to, where you're ready to permit, but if you haven't identified any funding and you don't have anything, as a municipality, you're not much to offer in that regard, you're gonna find yourself at a stalemate. So just so you guys know, that is something that we're working on just as hard to make sure that we're not behind the eight ball when it comes to understanding which grant opportunities would potentially fit the best for the project that we're trying to get across the finish line.
Yeah, and I think there's a pot of money, and I'm sure y'all explored it, but, there's money for construction project, capital projects like this, all up and down the coast, maybe something related to water, marine stuff and the like, but, and economic, obviously, but resiliency, I think that's a pot of money that we can look at, because you're gonna have to elevate something.
No matter which option you go with.
Exactly. I think it's appropriate.
Say 10:15?
All right, we're gonna take a break for 15 minutes. Please be back in your seats at 10:15. Okay, we're now back in session. Scott, did you have anything?
Yes, we're running way ahead of schedule. Our next speaker has a showtime of noon, so that gives us a little bit of flexibility in our schedule now. We can actually move ahead a little bit. Speed reader, then he doesn't have to show up. Thank you. We don't actually have a slide for this part. But if council would like to, you could go ahead and engage in your discussion over transportation sales tax referendum project. As you know, and just for the public's benefit, Beaufort County is moving toward placing a transportation sales tax referendum on the ballot in November. You have appointed your representative to their advisory committee. You did that at your last meeting. But what we anticipate as part of the process is that we will be asked for specific projects that we would like to see supported in the referendum. You recall in 2024, when we had the same referendum on the ballot that was not successful, there were a few well-defined projects, but then there were big pots of money. And I think one of the lessons learned was that voters don't like the fact that we're just given a chunk of this municipality, this region, that region. They want to have some specificity with regard to what those dollars that they're collecting will actually be building. So to that end, you will be asked at some point for what our priorities are in the city of Beaufort, and I think now would be a great time to start that discussion.
Heard what Paul Trask had to say, his priority earlier today. Road improvements. Does anybody have anything to add to that or talk about it?
Big mistake last time was Boat Road. That killed it for the city, everybody in the city of Beaufort. We need to make it clear to the citizens that we do not support the narrowing traffic circles and everything else on Rebuild Road, that we do not support it. I think we need to make it clear, and I think that'll help out a lot, no matter what other projects we put on there. Just do not want us to waste our money doing that to Rebuild, from what I've heard.
Are there any improvements on Rebo Road that you would like to see made? Not adding lanes or any of that, but are there any improvements you would like to see on the transportation project relative to Rebo Road?
Yes, I'd like to see
Underground wiring.
underground wiring, put everything underground, freeing up a little more space on the sidewalks, and if we can widen the sidewalk, that would be terrific too. Because right now you've got poles sitting in the middle of the sidewalks.
If you underground them, the wiring, then you'll get rid of the most of the poles.
And unfortunately, when they built Rebo Road and put those sidewalks, they put them right next to the road. It's a very dangerous situation, in my opinion, but I don't know how you correct it, but yeah, those would be the, as Mike said, underground.
They have limited right of way, that's the issue.
Limited right of way.
What would be, I guess, I'll ask each councilman to weigh in, but what would be your number one priority for a transportation project on a referendum for the city?
Well, I think the Rebo Road, and I would also say Salem Road, if we could finish sidewalks, and under, as much as you can, at least for Rebo Road,
Salem, I believe a lot of that's in county though, some of that.
I think the plans are already in motion for the Salem Road sidewalks.
Sidewalks were committed by the county,
That's what I
but they were
thought.
waiting until some realignment was finished, or I don't remember.
Whatever, if we can make that connection, because we've got a lot of apartment complexes down there now. And it's easier for them to get to and from shopping areas and all that, if they have to travel by foot or bicycle or whatever.
It definitely needs to be safer, that is.
Can our,
Lighting, I think that's another thing. I'd like to see lighting, around, if we're gonna do anything to Boundary Street, we talked about lighting. I don't know if that could be part of the transportation thing or not. I don't know if that falls within the purview. We have those goosenecks. I'd like to get Nate to get with Dominion and get something. If we can get it under this referendum, I think that'd be great. Throughout the city, wherever we need to have that done.
Well, that's an interesting question. I definitely view it as part of the right-of-way, so.
I do too, but I don't know how they view it. County views it.
The Ladies Island projects that are in the city especially, and doesn't matter if they're in the city or not, but we need to make sure they get support to be finished.
What was done from the previous referendum, or
Turn
not
lane.
done, yes,
Yeah,
what wasn't
the turn
done from
lane's the
the
only thing done.
previous. I would like to see a turn, speaking of turn lanes, right there at Lowe's, going on to, from those apartments, going on to, Robert Smalls. I want to see a dedicated left turn lane, with the traffic signal. I know that DOT.
All turning left on the Robert Smalls.
If you're at Lowe's and you turn left on the Robert Smalls, okay, they need to have a dedicated left turn lane. It's very dangerous right there. And something needs to be done. I know that's DOT.
So we're in the works, reaching out to a couple engineering firms so we can start getting traffic counts. That is part of one of the collaborations with DOT that we're working on. It's actually the first one we're working on.
You had asked for it before.
Is we're working to get the traffic counts so that DOT can make the determination and do the design in-house. So
I'd love to see another traffic light at Salem Road, but I know it's not practical because of the trail and everything else. I mean, if there's any way of putting one there, with all the residents coming in there and everything, we definitely, I think it'd be a safety issue that we could use one right there. And I'd say that would be my number one, as a traffic light then at Salem and Robert Smalls.
So, can the trolley system, or whatever we choose to call it, be a part of that?
Sure could.
That would be good, because that would benefit, would be a great benefit.
It would.
And secondly, I don't know where this falls, but an intersection at Grover Hill Road and Paris Island Gateway. I've sat at that, trying to get from Grover Hill on to Paris Island, to head back toward Mink Point. I've sat there so long that I changed my mind and had to head back toward Paris Island, and then make a U-turn to get back to head
That's
home.
in Port Royal.
That's not one of our signals.
This is a county referendum, right?
Yes.
So, I mean,
For the
We just
city.
have to, recommendations.
Identify city.
No, I was asking that just to see if we had any insight on it. That's all.
Pardon me?
I was asking Nate just to see if we had any insight on that particular signal.
and that's, I'm sorry, you said at Mink Point?
No, it's at,
Grover Hill.
it's at Grover Hill and
Yeah, Gateway.
Paris Island Gateway.
I don't think that's one.
Getting a light there.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's no.
There's not a light there now, but yes.
Okay, yes, sir.
And the angle of that road makes it challenging sometimes to see the traffic both ways because of blind spots and so forth.
Especially to the left.
So anyway, yeah, I realize it's not in our jurisdiction.
I've had that light many a time too.
For me, I'm going to say essentially the same thing I said last year. Over by Salem, we have potentially thousands of new vehicles coming online. I don't know that any one turn lane or traffic light is going to relieve that congestion. I think the best option for us is to move forward with the SC 170 new connector that was proposed back in 2006 in the Northern Regional Plan. I think it would provide immediate relief for all of the residents over in that area, which congestion is their number one concern. And it would provide another alternative, a true parallel road to Boundary Street that leads directly to downtown. And I think that would be priority number one for me. We also need to start thinking about, which we have thought about and have plans of, a third crossing or some alternative should our bridge stop functioning, because that would be another true problem. I do agree with the comments made in regards to Rebo Road, undergrounding utilities. That's important. We have, I guess, the bridge there at Ladies Island, that's gonna be in Port Royal's jurisdiction, and hopefully between the county and Port Royal, we can resolve that, because that's another one of our worst intersections. But if I had a priority number one, it would be that we move forward with at least getting a better understanding of what a sensitive to the residential environment, but a connector that would serve as a parallel road, because I don't think we can just can that as something that's no longer within reach when it was a need previously identified, but also has become more of a need than it was then today.
To that end, what is the amount of money that this referendum is seeking to generate?
I don't know yet. I have not seen the number of years and the amount. I haven't seen the cards.
I would agree with Councilman Scalati on the third crossing. We do need to look into that very much. As far as the connector, it's going to ruin that North Street neighborhood and all those roads along in there, and I'm totally against proceeding in that direction.
That's always the bugaboo, right? It's hard to get these things done. It's going to impact some folks severely. But I think our responsibility is to think of the bigger picture as representatives of the entire city. We're not district-wise. And unless we have an alternative to Josh's idea of a third alternative to something to replace what would have been the parallel, roadway. And I don't know what that would be if it's not, what you mentioned.
I kind of wish Alice was still here to address some of this stuff, but I wish the county had rethought calling this the transportation referendum. You just call it capital improvements, and you can have transportation under that.
Yeah.
We could have gotten money for the waterfront park as a capital. Right. It's unfortunate that they sought to go in a different direction.
Well, I would definitely agree with that. As we thought the initial intent was to have a capital improvement sales tax referendum, and there was an audible call during a meeting of county council, and it changed.
Okay, Hill, I saw you had a hand up.
To get back on your point, Mr. Mayor, I think when I first moved here, you hadn't passed the school bond issue in years. So I'm asking, I'm coming from Arlington County, Virginia. 13% of the households have school-age kids, and every school bond in the last 30 years had passed in the high 90%. So that's kind of like causes people to. And I said, well, why are you not passing school bonds here? And the answer was succinctly, the superintendent's a crook. Everybody knows it. So you're going to penalize the kids because why don't you just get a new superintendent? Well, since then there is a new superintendent, you get past the school bond. By parallel construction on this transportation, I was lobbied hard as everybody was, and we don't like taxes in South Carolina. We don't like taxes anywhere. It was so easy to be a demagogue on this issue. I think some work needs to be done on the antecedent. Why did it fail so strongly? Doesn't matter what the outcome is. It didn't even get to the outcome in most conversations that I was ever part of. So I think people should really drill down, understand why did it fail. Maybe it's the name, maybe it's part, but I think the education role is essential. Help people understand these are real needs, legitimate needs. I've heard about the third bridge since I got here 10 years ago, things like that, but it doesn't ever seem to get out of, it's like a commentary. So I hope some people spend a lot of time, how do we let this issue even be heard before it even gets voted on? And that's a lot of work to do in an environment that is not, it's easy to say, I don't support any new taxes. And yet, you're going to be a beneficiary.
We had a successful referendum in 2018. The problem was a lot of those projects never got off the ground. This was, you could say COVID was part of the problem or whatever, but also they had this idea of reimagining Rebo Road. And I think for people in the city of Beaufort at least, and maybe Northern Beaufort County, that wasn't on their radar, didn't want that to happen. You also had people south of the Broad. I'm not sure Hilton Head Bridge wasn't very contentious too. And so we had a lot of people that were, opposed to this because they didn't trust government to do, it's like give you a bunch of money and you say you're going to fix things, but you haven't shown us anything that you've done.
Well, I hear, I study this stuff. That's what I've done for 50 years. But there are those reasons, and they're very understandable, acceptable, and yet I'm looking beneath that because there's a whole lot of currents that need to be addressed, confronted if not, to be able to get people even to hear what you're going to offer. So I'm just saying that work needs to be done earnestly now, and I can even be able to hear this.
I agree with you. I think they started way too late. They should have started the minute the green tax went away. They should have jumped in and had this thing ready to go to educate the public on what was going to take place with the money from this referendum. They're kind of, here we are at the end of January. They're going to vote on it in November. That's a lot of education that has to be done in between them.
So part of this is to close. Clear, concise, and cogent. It's like not our 10 things we want to do. Here are the top 3. Here's the top 1. Let people be able to digest that so then they can at least have an opportunity. So it's a big task, but that's a big return too. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Barley?
Just a question, has anybody looked into where the most accidents are in the city and whether or not there needs to be any kind of difference done there, something done differently in terms of transportation? And I just don't know what the second connector, where, I don't understand where that would be, just not that you need to explain it now, but maybe educate all of us somehow through a bridge report or whatever. That would be helpful. And Mitch, I understand what you're saying in terms of it's always going to affect somebody. I don't know who this different new connector would affect, but I would imagine that there would be people who would be upset about, well, you allowed all of this development that we didn't want to begin with, and now you're going to disturb people who already exist when there was a plan for a connector and you, not you, but council, whatever, allowed things to be built in that space. Well, how about taking down that stuff that went up in that space instead of displacing people? I'm just saying, these are things that I can imagine people thinking.
Yeah, and I understand all of that, but I think, all we can influence is from now and the way ahead, whether that way ahead means going back and taking down something that shouldn't have been put up, or starting and addressing from the present what's the best solution. And, we all agree, I think, with the fact that traffic's not going to get any less than what it is. It's probably going to increase. So at some point, there's going to be a price to pay, whether that price is disturbance of a neighborhood for the benefit of the larger whole, or whether it's we live with what comes with the increased congestion.
I agree, but I'm just saying that I can imagine disturbing an old neighborhood that's established. That's not going to be very well received.
When it comes to highways, disturbing old neighborhoods is nothing new in this country. That's a fact, right? So we have to do that.
Any other road improvements?
No, but I guess I would just say this, Scott, once we identify these priorities, I'm hopeful that this passes. And I say that because I know how much we need it. There's the reality that it doesn't. My perspective is it would be very prudent of us to be shovel-ready as much as we can for any of these priorities and all of these priorities if possible, so that if it's not this time, if it's next time, whenever we have the funding, however that may come, we're ready to move on it then, because we're so far behind now that if we wait to get any engineering work done until we have the funding, there'd be the chance that we would lose the opportunity to fund it because we weren't ready to go. And I think the true reality is almost all of the projects that we've thrown out there today, we're not ready to move on tomorrow if we had to, and if we had the funding to do it. So for us, it'd be in our best interest to at least get that far, even if this doesn't pass.
I don't disagree with that. I think once council identifies their priorities and the way we'll memorialize those is we'll bring them to you by resolution once you identify those through a work session where we work it out and figure out what your priorities are. And then that's the list that we will share with council, and then whatever on that list we can move toward getting shovel ready, then we can properly budget for in the coming budget years to do. So it's definitely a possibility.
For the purposes of that, and for the purpose of this transportation referendum committee, are you going to have estimates, or are they going to come up with it? Because that's why I asked about the money.
Yeah.
I don't know, I think what we're talking about, the smaller projects, that's not a big deal, but what Josh is talking about is going to be a major investment, and I want to make sure if we put that as a priority, that it's going to be funded.
I don't know the complete answer to that. I can make some educated guesses. I haven't seen their processes defined yet for exactly what this steering committee or advisory committee they're calling it. To me, it makes sense that this advisory committee will help guide that process in terms of how much money are we going for and how many years, what can the public stomach? And I think our position will be to identify those projects that the city of Beaufort needs. I won't say without regard to cost, because you can never completely disregard cost, but I think that's a secondary concern in your consideration. I think your first concern should be, what are the transportation needs that best suit the city of Beaufort?
That's right, because it is fluid. If you get ready for it now and you quote it today, but can't move on it until 3 years from now, your quote is no longer accurate. And that's the same reason for why there were shortfalls in 2018. Because you get an estimate, you think you know what it's going to cost. By the time you get the money to do it, it no longer costs that much. And so now all of your priorities have to reshift, and money has to, be committed where it makes sense. And that's where the county, but all of us tripped up then. So you're right, trying to quote it now, it's almost a secondary thing, because that's a fluid price.
Yeah,
COVID plus the ARPA funds that came after that really turned the construction market upside down.
And the only reason I ask that is because last referendum, if you remember, they carved out $30 million for Beaufort, or whatever it is, $10 million, $10 million for Port Royal, $10 million for unincorporated Northern Beaufort County, and the bulk of it south of Burlington.
I don't think that will happen this time.
I hope not.
No, the specificity of the projects is intended to go on this.
And Councilman Fee, I don't know if you want to address the LATS connection. I mean, LATS has a list of prioritized projects already.
And there are, the county already has identified, the CTC and the LATS have already identified countywide projects, including the Triangle Argent, those kinds of things. And Jasper County passed their 1 cent. So the Argent side is under construction work now. And the 278 Triangle side of it is the Beaufort side. We didn't pass ours. And 170 is half Jasper, half Beaufort. So half of the 170 in Argent can be done. And then the other part of 170 and 278 can't be done until we get this passed. So it has to, those will be on it already. I know the county, they've already been identified as projects that they already.
Yeah, we could use green space dollars in Jasper County. I'm just pointing that out. Hold on.
From Davis on that. But no, there are county projects that have already been identified, but the far-reaching thing, and I went to the meeting in Bluffton when they talked about this before they converted this to transportation. At that meeting, it was still capital. And they said that they would not go in except for specific targeted projects that people could very easily understand. Because the 30 million pots were probably, all of Ladies Island was in opposition because we didn't do the jobs. We didn't do the projects on Ladies Island with the exception of the turn lane. And so there was a hue and cry there that was not going to support that referendum, but the other projects were just they were too lofty and they were too nondescript. You know, they just said they didn't trust the jurisdictions to do with the money that they thought they should be doing. They wanted projects and they wanted to know what was going to be done with the money. So, and the education part is a huge part. In all of the referendums that have passed, the chambers have partnered with the county and the municipalities to educate the public on it. And if the chambers don't at this time, it won't pass again. Because we will not, and we can't do it. I mean, the municipalities and the county can't spend money advertising a tax referendum that we're endorsing, so.
Right. Educating.
You can
Educate, you can't advocate.
That's all that is. Scott, what do you have is what we've already listed so far?
Well, I heard undergrounding utilities and widening sidewalks on Rebo and maybe shifting some sidewalks. I heard Salem Road sidewalk connections. I heard general lighting improvement probably throughout our Boundary Street and Carteret. Ladies Island project. I heard concerns about getting a signal at Burton Hill or a left-hand signal, dedicated left-hand signal at Burton Hill and Robert Smalls. I heard discussion of a trolley system. I heard concern from Councilman Mitchell on the necessity of a signal at Grover Hill and PI Gateway that we'll work with staff as a separate issue. And then I heard loud and clear the discussion regarding a connector to 170, similar to what was provided in the 2006 regional plan. And I heard discussion on a third bridge, so.
Also a signal at Salem Road. Salem Road, a traffic signal besides sidewalks.
Salem Road and
Robert Smalls.
Well, and whether or not we can do a connector, we still need to make improvements on Salem Road.
Yeah.
And it could be if the traffic signal is too close to the connector road, that what is it, Pendrop? What is that small road that crosses, that's going to have the senior living on the corner?
Corner of.
It's the Pendrop goes off of it. It comes out next to Vaden.
I thought it was B. That was industrial something.
Just road.
Oh.
Maybe that could be enlarged and made to be a traffic light at that intersection as compared to being close to the trail.
We definitely need a signal there with if we're allowing all those apartments to go there and all those extra residents. We need to have some way for the people even that've been there to get out of there, because they're trapped. The ones that like Battery Point and the
Well,
old Salem.
you can go down to the Lowe's light by going Salem
Yes,
West and then down.
You can, but it could be so congested with all
So
those apartments.
there needs to be another.
There definitely needs to be another signal there.
Kurt, are there TIAs that are yet to be conducted on those projects around Salem Road area? Already been done?
Already been vested.
Problem is it was just based upon that particular, under the old code, just on that particular project, not on all the projects. If you put all these projects together, they would have been required to have a signal, I'm sure. I mean, this could be so congested. So all those go online and still more coming.
Staff perspective, and Nate, chime in. See anything we're missing here? Need to be added?
I know there's already discussions for the 170 corridor from the McDonald's intersection there at Boundary all the way to the Broad River Bridge. So that's already kind of in the works. I know we're working on the intersection for the left turns. I think one of the big things is maybe trying to look into working with DOT about the Salem intersection, as well as the Grover Hill, and see what can be done. See if we can do some type of traffic analysis or use that collaboration that DOT's been reaching out with and see if we can't try to get something done, so.
Mike said over by Vaden, that might be a good place to look at too, because it is far enough away from the trail. I didn't think of that. That would be a good place to put a signal. It's far enough away from Lowe's and the other. I think it would work.
Kurt?
I don't know if it helps, but years ago, I was the code administrator of Orange County. When I did the RIDE program, which I think is 4 or 5 times, which is basically the penny sales tax, I'm the first to do it. But I was there when they passed the first one, and it passed like 65 to 35, I think. But they had every project already designed, and they went to, because I had to go to some of these, but they went to each community with the project fully designed. They were even trying to acquire right-of-way, et cetera, before the projects were even funded. And so they have a lot of traffic issues, and this is years ago, right? I mean, they have a lot of traffic issues, so they have a real need, but, I'm just passing it on. It seems like when you have a realized project, showing that to people for a tax referendum, that seems to help a lot.
See it.
So,
see it.
just a comment, but just from living there, I know they've passed every single one.
Right, you gotta see it.
Maybe some coordination that could be done with some communities that have approved these projects in the last like 10 or 20 years. How did they do it? So.
And I don't know that we have enough lead time to.
I'll just throw this out there, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds on it, but because I hear the signals comment come up over and over again, I am not convinced that more signals solves the traffic problem. I think sometimes it actually does the opposite, and it becomes constant maintenance. It becomes improperly timed, and so I know that in the immediate, there's not always a better alternative, but just to throw it out there, I don't think that more signals equals less congestion or better flow of traffic.
I would agree with you,
Yeah,
Josh.
traffic circle may be a better option in some locations, which it has a continuous flow of traffic, but it
Not
makes a
heavy.
difference as to whether or not it's a left or right-hand turn. That's the predominant.
Do we need to prioritize these? We're just, here's our list, and
If you want to discuss prioritization now, you're certainly welcome to.
pleasure council to prioritize, or?
If that would be helpful for Scott, I'm have that discussion. Yeah.
It would, and that would allow staff to put together a prioritized list to bring to you for adoption when we get to the point in the process to do that. Every now and then, things could change also, so. But it would be helpful if you're up for it right now. You certainly have time to.
You could put it up on the screen, so.
We could put it up on the whiteboard, actually.
Oh, well, yeah. That might be better to
Do
see
that,
them.
it might, yeah. Is that what you'd like to see?
Well, I think it'd just be easier, for us to kind of look at it and try to prioritize if we can see them all on board.
We have the time.
We do have the time. I think Tracy has gone to retrieve it. Do you want to facilitate that?
Do you want me to just mark it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Charlie, you have the handwriting.
You haven't seen it yet.
I'll be able to read it. So, just going down the list that I heard from council, one of the biggest projects on here would be the connector, the 170 connector. So, we hamstrung you with no ink. Chip failure.
There you go.
Don't use a permit marker.
And then Ladies Island projects.
Are those the remaining ones from 2018?
The Lays Island.
I think that is, because they only did one.
Third Bridge, which is really larger than the city.
It is, that's county.
We could advocate for, but. Undergrounding utilities on Rebo Road, you could just put Rebo Road streetscape.
Spell that for me.
RIBA. Close enough.
Talked about a trolley system being part of this. I don't know if you want to include that as one of your priorities.
I mean, we could put on, I mean, we'll have a share of the local area transportation. We'll have a commitment to funding.
Right.
I don't know if we want to put that on what's in sales tax.
I see that as a separate item that's going through the transportation study, the Northern Regional Transportation Study.
I don't know, I mean, the trolley probably would be there, the part of the plan denotes an interior transit, interior Circle City transit.
Would also include the Beaufort to Port Royal Ladies Island Loop.
I don't remember. Yeah, there is one that goes back there, it's Island, goes through Port Royal. But I don't know if that was part of the interior. But
Have downtown lighting improvements on some of our rights of way.
So do
Just lighting.
we want to put trolley here? Yes.
I don't think so, but that's up to council.
I'd love to have a trolley, but I think, like you, I think that might be a separate.
Part of the regional transit plan.
To have it.
How do we do a trolley within the city? I mean, we just loop around and stay within the city.
Alleviate some problems. It's a low priority right now, I mean, because these are bigger.
Well, the pilot was to the hotels along the perimeter of downtown and then brought people into downtown and then also picked up people from parking, interior parking to come to shop and
I think part of what expanding that on just an inner city trolley is the trolley that loops the cities and the town of Port Royal with Ladies Island and all that. I heard from several people, senior citizens who are either on limited income or have some disabilities, be able to go to Walmart to get their pharmaceuticals or go to shopping, that kind of thing. So that's why you would want something else that would be available for them. It wasn't terribly expensive. Right now they have to use a cab or whatever.
Well, and local, the Breeze actually has, that's part of it. And there are stage things that are available now that we're an urban area that they can actually call and there's a minimal charge for that.
That's right, yeah, we've reached the 50,000 threshold.
So we don't need to be, it doesn't need to be.
We don't need to put that on.
Scott, can I ask a question just for clarification? As we're prioritizing these, would it be more helpful for you if they were prioritized from the standpoint of, should the referendum pass, which one would we try to get funded? Or would it be more helpful for us to prioritize these as if it doesn't pass, which one of these would still be attainable for us to move forward on getting all of the planning work done so that it was more shovel ready in case we were to have funding down the road? Because I think those probably would be two different orders of priority, potentially. But as we're thinking through the priority and the order, which one would be more helpful?
Right now, what would be more helpful is the one for the referendum, because the latter one that you spoke about is more geared toward our 10-year capital projects improvement plan. So we would put those projects in that plan. And then that way, when we do the budget every year, we examine that list to see which one of these do we want to try to tackle and how much of it do we want to bite off this year. So those are two separate lists. They could have some common denominators, but they're two separate lists.
And then I guess what we could do is if we prioritize them by way of referendum, then we could always come back to it and say, okay, well, that didn't pass. Now this is what we would try to get.
You adjust your 10-year plan.
but what you're saying is that even though they're on the referendum, they can also be on our 10-year CIP.
Yes. But your 10-year plan includes more than just transportation projects. It includes all of your capital project needs.
I'll start.
Do we have any more to go in there? Was that it, or?
You want to add something?
No, I didn't.
I have some signals. I don't know if you want to put.
Salem improvements, how's that?
Yeah, I would just put up a category signals, really, and then.
Salem Point, that includes the underground, fixing
Yeah, I've got-
sidewalks and the
that one.
signals and everything.
There may be some other areas that you identify in the city that need signal improvement or need signals that we would advocate for, so. I'm separate my list here. I really don't see anything else that would fall under the referendum.
Under Salem.
Yeah, but there are other areas of the city he was saying that it might need signals. Salem.
We need another for signals or?
I would have a signals. Just signals in general. Messed up his system. Sorry, Charlie.
All right, council.
I don't know how y'all want to go about doing this. I mean, we can do there's 1, 2, 3, well, there's 7 up here. And so if you want to rank, each of you want to rank, or how do y'all want to go about doing it?
And I think Ladies Island's going to be on the county's list anyway.
Yeah, I do too.
It probably will. I don't know that I would.
Those are the referendum.
It's already done.
2018, and they already have the engineering done on those.
Yeah,
So let's go.
that's a fair point.
And I think Third Bridge probably falls under the same thing, because it's really, we can support it, but we're not.
Well, it wouldn't be in the city.
It would be in the city.
Third crossing be in the county?
Third Bridge, well, more than likely. I don't see it coming off of Boundary Street. That is a possibility, but
I guess I think of it more so as primarily affecting transportation in the city. And that's why I think it's largely our responsibility to at least understand what it would look like, where it would go, where people would approve of it or not. And so
we can support it. I just don't think it's a high priority. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I mean, I'm talking about for this immediate referendum.
What was the 20, it was, which year was it that they did the study?
Third Bridge.
Yielded the
I mean, it started with the Buttes in 78.
Yeah.
Or 76 or 74. And then,
That's a brickyard.
and that's been a continued location, the Brickyard Point location. It's been a continued location, but.
yeah, and it's so hard to understand like how much of a priority some of these are, because where my mind goes is you have a very old bridge and you have the potential of a project that could impact that entire area, Waterfront Park, right? So there are going to be concerns of how that project, demo and reconstruction affects the bridge or not. But we have a very old bridge and it's not getting any younger, parts aren't getting any cheaper. And what happens if that is no longer able to operate? Does the waterways take precedent? Would it just remain in a open position, eliminating it from transportation? If that happens and we don't have any other way to Ladies Island except for the other bridge, then it automatically becomes a sense of urgency and probably number one priority. And so right now, with everything working the way that it is, only failing every now and then, and we can get it fixed and it operates. But in the event that how old is it?
Oh, it's pretty old.
Built in over 50 years old. So in the event that it no longer functions, it becomes number one priority, and projects of this magnitude take so long to get to finish that I still think it has a lot of merit and is high on the priority list in my mind, just because of what could happen.
Being built during Gracie.
Well, to your point, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this DOT, which is responsible for that bridge, has the parts, I've been told, keep it functioning, gears and all that. If something breaks, hopefully 3D manufacturing will be advanced enough they can create a part. They need it. But it's an iconic bridge. It's on the National Register. I don't think it's going anywhere. But to your point, a third bridge is going to be necessary anyway, just to alleviate the bottleneck in traffic that comes over that bridge too. And for evacuation purposes, obviously. But, I mean, we can have it as a priority. I don't know where the county sits on that. I have no idea.
There's no place left to put one.
Yard in Perryclear was one that's been on the books since '78.
I really think if the Woods Bridge becomes where it can no longer operate, I agree with you. I think they have the parts to do it, or they can manufacture the parts.
That's what I was told.
But I think it would have to be replaced with a bridge of similar technology. And I say that because a span bridge is not possible there. Because you would have to tear up part of your National Historic Landmark District to allow for.
It would come down at Craven Street.
Right. And I don't see that ever happening.
All right, somebody lead off.
Well, we're going to run underground wiring and lighting, sidewalks would be pretty high.
It's pretty high on mine too.
I just add, and I'm not trying to, but having been in a number of these, and I echo Kurt's point from what he noted about Horry County, don't necessarily limit yourself to just the city.
Right.
Because you're giving political voice to the county. And so if the bridge, even though it may be built outside the city, the county needs to hear from
No,
you.
we need it because it alleviates the
Right.
traffic in our
So
town.
don't-
I think for me, as I said before, the connector's number one, and I would say underground and utilities on Rebo would be number two. And then, in the event that, it took some time to get a connector, even if you could get one, that would automatically put Salem and Signals underneath that list. So it'd be connector, Rebo Road.
Are y'all ready for me to try to the score?
Salem.
Okay, so let's try to keep this order. I'm gonna give, the way I'm gonna do this, we've got 6, is that right, DeWard? We got down to 5.
We got 6.
6. So your top one, I'm gonna give 6 points. You're gonna get, so just understand what I'm gonna do. And so your second,
And then the second would be Rebo Road. Third would be Salem. Fourth would be the third bridge. And then I would do lighting and signals last.
great.
Okay, so I have connect the bridge. Revolve. Lighting. Salem. Signals. Third bridge.
I see things a little differently. I want to take care of what we've got.
Sure.
Rebo Road would be number one. Salem, number two. Lighting, number three. Signals, 4. Third bridge. Connector.
Riverboat Road. Connector. Salem. Lighting. Third Bridge. Signals.
I'm going to do the same thing that Mike did, except I'm going to switch out the signal, the third bridge, mainly because of low hanging fruit.
Help me to make sure.
I'm calling out to him.
You're right here, right? And then back here. Salem.
Salem at 4. Lighting at 3.
Lighting.
And then connector, no,
Signal.
that one at 2.
Signals it to?
Yeah, and then that one at 1.
For what it's worth, I think that was an excellent way to do that. It's pretty clever. I've never seen it done that way before.
If somebody wants to add up real quick, or y'all really don't want me depending on my math.
23. Yeah, 23.
3, 4, 5, 6,
6, 12, 13.
6, 12. Yeah, the 10, those are 5s.
Pretty clever way to do it.
5, 28. 6, 10, 13, 16. Just flip it the other way. So there's kind of
Road
a,
on the.
The highest.
so 1,
Oh, sorry, number 1.
2, 3, and then a tie, 4, and then the last 2.
C5.
I guess it would probably be prudent of us to really identify what, and I know we've done it in conversation here, but identify what we're talking about with Rebo Road, since that was such a.
We were just saying that.
We're just saying.
We need to make
Okay.
sure we're very clear on the fact that we want
Exactly what-
underground wiring, improved sidewalks and turning.
Anybody that sees that's immediately gonna be like, oh no,
We're
reimagine
doing it
Rebo
again.
Road.
We're trying to do it again.
Exactly right.
This is not Reimagine Rebo Road.
Good point.
This is, don't imagine Rebo Road.
That's right.
Now, I will say too, in Mike, you're on that, so maybe you know better, but isn't that identified as one of the 2028 projects with Rebo Road?
Rebuilt Road is repaving Rebuilt Road, but not reimagining it, although
Not undergrounding utilities and
the
lighting.
Port Royal side now is a much more robust request. The town of Port Royal supported everything from Burger King to the bridge, to the Bell Bridge.
So when they talk about Rebo Road in 2028, it's paving.
It's, for City of Beaufort, it's repaving. For Port Royal, it's more robust as far as
Construction.
changes to the road and greater improvements.
And as far as burying utilities, it wouldn't matter if the project was just repaving in 28, because the utilities would be buried on the side and then.
Yeah, I mean, well, not necessarily. I mean, they may have to do a duck bank, which would be in the roadway.
So then it would be to our advantage if we were to
Have
do
it
that
all
to
in
bury it
now.
before, and then they would repave it.
I mean, we'd have to repave it once we bury the utilities probably anyway.
The water needs to be redone on Rebo Road too, so that would give them.
Well, you gotta coordinate with the Hoover
And
Jasper.
it would be an opportunity,
It would give them a
if there were
chance.
money to do it, it would be an opportunity to put sewer on Revell Road. Because the waterfront does not have sewer. It's all septic.
Oh, really? I heard the cost of it.
Rebo Road, yes.
And the water side of Rebo Road doesn't have sewer.
You need it the most.
We should need those.
Where you need it the most.
Yeah, but the cost was.
Watershed.
All seeping into the river. You know it is.
Do it.
Have a nice swim.
Well, this is what we're gonna recommend to a representative.
I've got it captured, and it'll be useful to have as the referendum process progresses, so. It's not an end-all, be-all list, but it gives us a great start and gives me an idea for where we are with our collective thoughts on it.
Everyone feel pretty good about this?
Tracy's in the process of giving lunch, so Mayor, it's up to you whether you want to break a little early for lunch or whether you want to
Absolutely.
discussion about something else, but
Yeah, because when we come back, we've already taken care of the transportation thing, so we can just move everything up and we'll have a little more flexible this afternoon.
The only hard time we have this afternoon is commenting.
We can squeeze in before lunch, we get out earlier.
Good squeeze in public comment, but since it's on the agenda, I'd rather leave it.
The agenda for 2:30, so that's a.
I don't want to have people come back and, you know, we've already done it.
But we're ahead anyway.
No.
We still have housing discussions
Housing
coming
and-
in.
and home repair. I will call for a lunch recess.
We're already done to 1 to 2.
Okay, welcome everyone back to the retreat. We'll start with after lunch is a review of workforce and affordable housing discussion. Mr. Hicks, well done. Want to recognize his assistant Jennifer Tuckwilder.
Thank you all very much for the opportunity to talk today about workforce and affordable housing and about the City of Beaufort home repair. As a reminder, the trust is a consortium of 6 municipalities, both counties and Soloco. It is being recognized. We got a call this week from a company in Wisconsin asking if we would talk to them about how they replicate the model that we've used here in establishing the trust. That's not the first phone call we've gotten. The fact that 8 entities can agree on anything is a minor miracle. This one has been very successful so far. In our presentation, I know we were supposed to do the repair program last, but we thought we'd put it first here and then talk about generally the state of affordable housing in the area. The Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust and City of Beaufort partnered to identify targeted home repair program needs to promote the health and safety of homeowners. The trust put in $100,000, the city put in $150,000. Capped the eligibility at 80% or less of AMI. Maximum repair reward was up to $50,000 per home. We divided the city into 5 geographic areas so that we would have equitable distribution. We only got applications from 2. One is the historic district, which you might recognize as one in most dire need. The other one was areas around London. We were designated as a program administrator and the fiscal agent. We wanted to make sure, as we walked through this, that we did 2 things. Number one, we wanted to work with city staff who have been terrific in working with this program and trying to figure out how to do it fairly. Second thing was we wanted to be as transparent as we can. So we hired outside parties to do income verification for us and also title work to prove whether individuals actually own their homes. In August and September of last year, we started the public outreach. We held 5 workshops. We held some in city offices. We held some at our offices. We held some in the afternoon. We held some in the evening so that we could access everyone who was interested in coming and talking to us. We had some applicants come in to 2 or 3 sessions to make sure that they understood how to do the application. We released the applications online with hard copies at City Hall on August 1st. The application intake took place officially on September the 3rd. All applications were accepted in person and via email. Applications were time-stamped and logged in order. It was a first-come, first-served process. We actually had people standing in line waiting to make sure that they got in early. So out of the 17 applications that were submitted, 5 have been approved, and that has essentially, we believe, absorbed all of the funds that will be available in the fund. We saw a number of things that were repetitive. One was there were a number of people, homeowners who came in with heirs issues. We tried to refer them as we could, but that's a problem that we couldn't solve on our own. We had to be able to prove that you had title, and we wanted to do that in a third-party attorney to do that. We found a lot of single entity homes, meaning one person living there, usually an elderly woman by herself, no means to repair anything. They came in with the kind of story that you can think of as to where they were in their lives, why they couldn't do these repairs, why they were dependent upon us. We had all the way to the other end of the spectrum, where people came in and asked if we could add on a bathroom to their home if that was eligible as well. We said no. We did the third-party income verification through LOCOG and did title research through Heritage Law Firm. The applicants were notified of their initial approval, but they were also given an opportunity to correct anything that we saw or verify or give us additional information. LOCOG was terrific in going through and determining income eligibility. That's a long, laborious process. And Heritage was great in determining whether the people who were applying were the people who actually own the home. Now we are in the next phase, which is inspections, construction, and repair. We hired a construction inspector who has gone through the homes, determined what the repairs were, determined what the probable cost of those repairs is going to be. We are going to meet with the city to talk about who actually we recommend to get grants, but also what it was that they have on their list of repairs. Make sure that the city doesn't have any issue with anybody that we have selected. We want to make sure that we are transparent in doing this. We will be conducting routine inspections as the work progresses. Most of the work was what we thought it was going to be. Roofs, windows, various things that have gone wrong structurally with the homes. And we will rely on the city, of course, to oversee any work permits that are required and to perform final inspections before we pay contractors. I want to make two notes about the program. Number one, it's been extremely successful, and the word of this program has spread like wildfire. People outside the city have been calling us almost on a daily basis, asking if they are eligible, asking where they can find funds, asking how they can get their homes repaired. The second thing that was obvious before we ever started was that we now have a wait list of people who applied. After the money is gone, they're going to sit on the wait list until we get additional funding. We have said before, if the city in its next budget approves additional funding for this program, the trust will match those dollars so that we can keep it going. We believe that the need is there, in particular in the historic district, but pretty much everyone across the city has walked in with some request of some kind for home repair. This is the number one most requested program that we have out of our 3 platforms. Any questions on the home repair program, where we are?
They take advantage of the Bailey building. Not enough.
Not enough. So what we're also doing is we took a look at some of the larger requests. We had people who came in with needs in excess of $100,000. We are working with the state. As most of you know, we are the only entity in the state of South Carolina that is, or in Beaufort and Jackson County rather, that is authorized to do work with the South Carolina Home Repair Fund without regard to the age of your home. So we have been working with them about how they might be able to help, how we could put different pots of money together to address the needs of some of the houses that are out there.
Claude, real quick, on the slide that showed the applications and the numbers, what is the status of the ones that aren't marked? So like 8 through 17, do those just fall in the queue for next time, or they haven't been determined?
Yes. So I would venture to say we had a lot of people come through our door asking about the program. In all probability, next round we'll get double the number of applications, double the number of requests, because the need is great. Where we are gonna hit the ceiling is gonna be those homes in the historic district that need sizable dollars to make repairs. And I think you guys are addressing that as kind of a separate issue. But there, excuse me, there is that need as well. We saw some houses that were in really tough shape. It's hard to believe that someone was actually living in them. But a lot of those homes, their repair costs were way in excess of $50,000.
if they were, are we seeing some of those on this list, or this list is only the ones that would be within something that might be eligible, but there just wasn't enough funds
Ran out of money.
around?
Do these names on this list, 8 through 17, do they default to the front of the list next go around?
One of the things that we did was timestamp every application, so we know who was next in line. So unfortunately, they'll have to wait. But the good part is, we've gone through the due diligence part, we've gone through the program building part, everybody kind of knows where we are. So the next time, it's going to be a smoother process, an easier process. Any other questions on the home repair? Go down to where we are in City of Beaufort and Beaufort County with respect to workforce and affordable housing. We took a look at where other places close to us were doing. We looked at Charleston. Charleston, with respect to affordability, is not affordable. But they do have, and they have made some strides in providing housing that allows for someone to buy a home at a median income without going over 30% of their income. That's a threshold set by HUD, and essentially what it says is no family should spend more than 30% of their income on housing. If they do, then other things fall by the wayside. Quality of food, childcare, schools, car, all of those things are impacted if you're paying 50 or 60% of your income in rent or in a mortgage payment. We're doing worse than Charleston. So I think you all have seen this slide. On an annual basis, the Fed looks and asks how many homes were rented or sold to median income families at a median price without going over 30% of their income. So after 22 years, we are still at zero. Our latest numbers on the Hilton Head, Bluffton, Port Royal MSA, the median price of a home is now at $596,000. That is way beyond the ability of any young family to be able to pay it, to be able to get in it. And what it's causing is what we've been talking about for the last couple of years. There is that missing middle. We don't have housing between 80% of AMI and 120% of AMI, which is where all of our policemen, firemen, teachers, all service workers fall in that gap. There's just nothing there. So we find that they are leaving here, they're going elsewhere, they're going to Columbia, they're going to Greenville, they're going to other areas, Georgia, to find jobs and to be able to find a place to live. So a family now needs to make $169,000 to qualify for the median home in Beaufort. If you look at that number and you think, okay, a 2-income household should be able to make that. But what we're finding is they're making it, but they're paying 50% of their income for housing. So it's causing another burden. The inability to find a house at a reasonable price is causing another burden in the family with respect to income that they have to be used for whatever else they need. Here are the top employment sectors and annual average wages in Beaufort County. If you look, you can see that the most people that we have, which is the blue line, is in accommodation and food service. There's 12,000 of those individuals. In order for them to be able to afford a place to live here, their average salary is only $31,000. So the ability to find a place is going to be extremely limited. If you look all the way to the right, these are your professional, scientific, and technical services. There are 3,600 people in Beaufort County that fall into that category. And you can see what their average wage is much higher. But where we are falling short and where it's impacting our economy, the ability for businesses to open is down at the accommodation and food service, retail, trade, and healthcare, excuse me. So if you are in the food service business in Beaufort County, you can afford $797 a month in rent. The average two-bedroom in Beaufort, averaging over $2,300, there's nothing for that food service worker. If you keep going, look at the healthcare and social assistance, $1,600 again. Two-bedroom apartment is cresting above $2,300. A three-bedroom apartment is cresting above $3,000. So what might happen to change what we change the circumstances around which people are trying to find a house or trying to find an apartment? Prices continue to go up. There's no indication on anybody's radar that the cost of construction, the cost of labor, the cost of materials is going to go down anytime soon. I have people ask me all the time, well, why not? Well, if you're a plumber and I'm paying you $50 an hour today, and 2 months from now I ask you to make $25 an hour, you're going to tell me no, you're going to go somewhere else and you're going to work somewhere else. Prices are not going to be able to come down significantly enough to make an impact in the housing sector. Mortgage rates coming down might help a little bit, but at 6.5% to 7%, they're going to be nowhere close to the 2% we've been seeing before COVID. Most solutions are going to be done and going to be made. Federal policy is all over the place. From one second to the next, you're not quite sure what the administration is proposing or not proposing. Some of the things they have proposed, like the 50-year mortgage, were dead before it ever got proposed, just on the face of it, when you take a look at it. So where we are going to see impact is going to be locally. What can the local governments do to help developers cut through red tape, increase regulation, get their properties built cheaper and faster? So what we did was we put together something called Blueprint for Change. We asked developers, contractors, planners, builders, government officials, nonprofits, for-profits to come together. There was over 50 of them. We sat down and we asked one question. What's wrong? What can we do to change? How do you propose that we do it? These are some of the things that they gave us with respect to what they thought was wrong. High land costs, fees, and infrastructure, form-based codes and zoning ordinances that prioritize aesthetics over function. People ask me, what does that mean? We are going to have to be satisfied at some point that what we build is going to be far simpler, far more basic than what we may like. Slow permitting, delaying construction, social and economic NIMBY. NIMBY here is very sophisticated. It is very well organized, and it has power. NIMBY people can come to a meeting, cause enough disruption to cause councils to think twice about what they're getting ready to vote on. Think hard about who it is that's objecting. A lack of political will. Sometimes there's so much on your plate as a council, as a government, that trying to figure out how to do something faster or better just never makes it to the top of the pile. We have limited financing tools in South Carolina. As most of you know, the governor last year decided to cancel all earmarks for the benefit of a .002 deduction or reduction in taxes. That act by the governor eliminated $7 million that we had to Senator Davis's desk for funding for projects that had walked through the door to ask for funding. And decision makers don't understand the economic importance of an adequate and affordable housing supply. This has been true, but I will tell you the last couple of years, there has been more understanding of the impact. There's been more willingness to sit down and talk. The fact that you put together a home repair fund, got it off the ground, and we're getting ready to actually make the repairs is remarkable. Your example has prompted Hilton Head, Bluffton, several other municipalities to call us and say, can we talk about the home repair program and how you might be able to help us? When we were doing the Blueprint for Change, we had 2 council members there, county council. They asked us after the meeting whether we would hold a similar meeting 3 weeks later for elected officials only. We did that. 26 local officials and their administrators came to understand what was going on, what the issues were. And Dr. Laura Ulrich, who used to work for the Fed, some of you have heard her make her presentations. She is now the Senior Strategy Officer for Indeed. Probably the biggest thing that she said that stunned a lot of elected officials was when she said nationally, the difference between the number of jobs and the number of people to do those jobs is an 11% gap nationally. You got 11% more jobs than you do people to fill them. In Beaufort County, that number is 29%. You have 29% more jobs than you have people to fill them. Why? Because those people that would fill them don't have anywhere to live. They're going elsewhere to try and find a reasonable cost. We talked a lot in this meeting about local solutions. The county has said that they are going next month to establish a commission to, within the next 6 months, provide 2 substantive changes that they would recommend to try and help this process, to try and move this forward. Not sure who's going to be on their commission or committee, but it's supposed to be formed in February, according to the chairman of county council. We will reach out at the 6-month point and just say, what have you got to tell us? What suggestions do you have? What do you think? What have you learned over the last 6 months that's made a difference? What have we done to date? We put $500,000 in loan funding to Carrington Manor. That is a LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit senior facility. It is leasing up now. It's over 50% leased. It may be 100% leased by now. We went to the groundbreaking. That was a well-done project that will be standing there for a long time and will be servicing the city of Beaufort and other residents for a long time. We deployed $479,000 in home repair grants, preserving 52 affordable homes in the region. We deployed $215,000 for home buyer assistance grants, creating 27 new homeowners today. The last 2 Habitat for Humanity projects, one in Hardyville, one in Richville, we supplied the first-time home buyers funding for all but there are 13 of those families. We established the home repair program in partnership with the city of Beaufort and a qualified sponsor for South Carolina Housing. We also provided oversight. The county gave $600,000 to CCDC out of Hilton Head, asked us to administer that and provide oversight, which we have done as well. What's up next? In December, our board approved $1,077,000 in funding requests across our 3 platforms, and it was across Beaufort County and Jasper County. That will create 198 new workforce and affordable units, 92 homes repaired or preserved as workforce and affordable housing stock. Those grants and requests will be going out within the next 60 days. Here are our partners that we have accumulated over the last 18 months. You'll see, obviously, your name there, but we are partnering with as many organizations as we can to help find a solution to help promote workforce and affordable housing throughout the area. We have $4 million in pre-development requests on our desk right now. There is no resource that we have to address those. We're trying to figure out how we can find money from the state, money from other places to do that. We are in negotiations to receive land donations in both Beaufort and Jasper County. The concept there is that the land would be given to the trust. The trust would find the highest and best use for it, either give or sell under market those pieces of land. We have been approached with the public-private partnerships for both teacher, medical staff, and first responder housing. We are in discussions right now for nursing housing in the city. We have been asked to talk about teachers' housing in the city as well. Both of those are in the discussion phases. We hope that they will actually become real ideas and real concepts in the future. There is a consideration also, a LIHTC property has been submitted for Jasper County, which we expect has a good shot of being funded. Also, on Ladies Island, there's a proposed project there that's in the initial pre-development stages that we're aware of. There's a potential for 570 future workforce and affordable housing units in the region. Last thing, we were asked by Wellington Councilman to create a website so that someone who was in need of affordable workforce housing could access that website and see everything that was available. That site is within about 60 days of being launched, and it will give people an easy way to find out what is there, what it costs, what's available, so that they are not driving all over creation trying to find an apartment to live in.
Who's managing that website? I'm sorry. Is that you guys doing the website?
Yes. He asked us, he was trying to go online to see where housing was. Alderson said, can you create it? I said, yes. We have really enjoyed our partnership with you all. Your staff has been terrific in working with us. We hope that we've been helpful. We know that there have been a lot of questions in 2 meetings this week where people looked at me and said, what is your opinion? And it was more than just courtesy, it was, we want to make a decision that affects and impacts workforce housing. What's the best way for us to do it? We're happy to be part of those conversations. We have met with over 150 groups and individuals during the last 18 months. Everyone wants to find an answer to this. No one wants to walk into the hospital and not have nurses there. No one wants to go into a restaurant and not have servers there. No one wants to see businesses close down because of the inability to find people to work. Those are all realities here. And still, South Carolina is the 4th fastest growing state in the country. When I go to represent South Carolina, Federal Home Loan Bank in Atlanta, the 7 states that are in that Federal Home Loan Bank consortium all have the same issues. Massive growth, massive numbers of people coming all over, coming here for quality of life, what they see as an opportunity to really get in on the ground floor, which is not really getting in on the ground floor, but it is with respect to growth. So thank you again. Happy to take any questions that you might have.
Questions for Claude?
Yeah, I do have a question. I'll try to formulate this. One, I just want to thank you for the presentation and for all the work that you guys have done. I know I've received lots of positive feedback in regards to the housing repair program. And on the other hand, some room where maybe we could improve on communication. I know some of that is on our end, but I think it's just the growing pains of getting a new initiative off the ground. And so just recognizing it as a point of which we may do better. And I hope that we do, because I think that it's something that we absolutely need. And then secondly, I appreciate your leadership on the website. I didn't know that, and I think that's absolutely pertinent for people to be able to go to one site and then identify where is an affordable option for me. So thank you for that, and I look forward to seeing it in 60 days or so when it comes online. Part of what our conversation was yesterday was how moving forward with our comprehensive plan update, we would try to tackle the tall order of understanding and getting a really good understanding of what our capacity is. So an instance of that would be transportation. So what is our transportation capacity? How much could this road hold? And then allow our development to be based on that so that we don't become overpressurized. And I know that's the sentiment of many of the members in the community that I speak with, and I think for myself as well, just seeing where traffic is and seeing the presentations in regards to developments that are potentially coming down the pipe. But with that in mind, my question would be, how as policymakers can we best determine the positive impact in regards to affordability for housing stock that is planned but not built yet? Because for us in the city, that is somewhere maybe north of 2,000 or, right? So it's gonna be a lot of options and a variation of options at different pricing factors. So how do we take that into consideration and say it hasn't affected the cost of a house yet, and it hasn't made things more affordable in the moment, but we wouldn't want to rush to provide additional options and then have that come online at the same time and have our roadways be too congested and reduce the quality of life. So without having a crystal ball, is there a way that we would be able to kind of factor that in and say, this is what we potentially have coming, and this is the capacity of our infrastructure? How do we ensure that quality of life is balanced with any affordable developments that may be considered?
So if you look at building permits have not gone up post-COVID. What that says is, what you see being built now, what you see coming online now, was permitted 3 or 4 years ago, and it's just gone through the process to finally get built. It is, the appearance is, oh my gosh, what's going on? Everything's being built at the same time. It's because everything was permitted around the same time. You have 3 things to look at. One is from housing for people earning below 60% AMI. They are going to be reliant almost exclusively on low-income housing tax credit developers that come into this area, that propose developments. Those developments normally, from the time that they come in and sit down and talk to you, and the time that they actually open the doors and let somebody in to live there, that's about a 4-year span. So you really have a 4-year gap. No one's coming in using LIHTC and they're going to be able to build next year. It takes that much time. Second option, between 80% AMI and 120% AMI, what is being done across the country is a mixed income approach. That is, we're going to reserve X number of units for people below 60% of AMI. We're going to reserve the rest. Hilton Head's North Point project goes up to 150% of AMI. They put restrictions on that project to help Hilton Head. You have to have a job on Hilton Head to be able to live there. You lose your job, you lose your apartment. But what they did was they mixed that income. And from a developer's perspective, when you go here, considering how high the MSA is here, when you start going for, let's say, 50% of your project, between 100% and 150% AMI, that gives you enough cash flow to subsidize what you're doing less than 60%. The third thing behind LIHTC, mixed income, the third thing is to look at how you do a mixed use deal. Mixed use meaning, how do you take a building that is here already? How do you adaptively reuse it? How do you combine housing and industry, housing and shops, housing and business to give you something that serves the residents you want to serve, but also provides opportunity for businesses. There are a lot of vehicles out there that really haven't been used here very often. It's been around for 10 years, called New Market Tax Credit, which was designed to promote business development. And there is an allowance for 30% of the space of that unit to be used for affordable housing. So those are the 3 things that people are looking at when they come into an area and when they're thinking about housing and how to do it. Here, you have buildings that are sitting vacant. You have buildings that could be adaptively reused, although I will warn everybody here, having done about 20 of them, they are very expensive because you don't know what somebody else did until you get in there and you pull up the floor and find there's no sewer in there, there's no plumbing. there's that option. So I would, as you talk about and look at your future planning, look at those three options. I think the final thing is, and no council wants to hear this, but there needs to be some incentives for developers. Developers go where they can build cheapest and pocket the most money. Even an affordable housing developer is looking at, they don't want to lose money, they want to make some money. What incentives could there be? Could there be an incentive on property tax? Could there be an incentive in Pennsylvania? We use that incentive a lot, where we graded up property tax. First year was 0, second year was 10%, third year was 20%. So you got to year 10 and then you're at 100%. That's extraordinarily helpful. The cost of insurance and operations today on any apartment complex is staggering. Insurance costs have gone up 350% in the last 5 years for multifamily apartments. Is there a way to offset that somehow through either no tax, lower tax, reduced fees, no fees? Sometimes what I've seen done as well on a fee basis is stagger that out over a 5-year period. The city would put a lien against the property, you would pay those taxes out, and you would have to get your financial folks to sit down and say, how does this impact us overall? Is this going to be a net loss? Is it going to be even? Is it going to be a gain at the end of the day? What are we gaining? I think those kinds of conversations you have to have today. How do we incent without causing the taxpayer to say, I'm not happy that you gave away my tax money. I'm not happy that we are supporting something that I don't want. I think all of those things have to be in that conversation. And I think that there's probably, at the end of the day, a mix of solutions that are right for you. What's right for the city of Beaufort is not right for Hilton Head. What's right for Hilton Head is not right for Bluffton. Bluffton has its own issues, and its council understands those issues. So, you have here, with the historic district, with so much of your real estate being historic, being environmental, you've got a lot of curves and obstacles that other cities don't have. But it is not going to stop people from coming here and wanting to live here and wanting to bring their business here. This is an extraordinarily inviting environment, and it's a place where people look at it. Sometimes you work places and you're thinking, I'll work here 5 years, then I'll go home. This is a place where people come and say, if I got a job here, I'm going to stay here after that job's over. A lot of military guys make that decision. Have crew here and they decide, this is a place I want to come back to, I want to live here. They buy real estate here, they rent it out while they're gone, and then they come back and live in it. So I would include all of those things, and we're happy to help you with any statistics or any ideas that are popping up. There's different ideas all the time about housing. The administration is getting ready to declare a housing crisis. It's going to focus mostly on home ownership. I'm not exactly sure what they're going to propose, but with respect to multifamily, and in particular with respect to affordable housing, Senator Scott is promoting more opportunity zones than ever. So when that pops up, it's going to pop up this year, you will need to be prepared to say what you would consider an opportunity zone and what you wouldn't. That is a huge opportunity. I think also the administration is going to try and look at helping developers by subsidizing a little bit more of their long-term rent structure. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. That's one of the things that's on the table. I will tell you that Senator Scott is the leading proponent in the country for opportunity zones. So that's going to happen. So all of those things we're happy to share. We're happy to help you with any question that you have.
Back to of our LIHTC projects are in the opportunity zone.
Yes. So For those of you familiar with Carrington and Penn, I don't know why I can't, I've been here a year and a half. Neither one of those projects would have been built for the fact that they were in opportunity zones. The leading candidate that year for a LIHTC award was a piece of property behind the fire station on Rebo Road. Those developers actually thought they had the deal. And then the opportunity zone gave each one of those projects 5 points apiece and took them over the threshold.
Is there an LMI application?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Once the developers make affordable housing, how is there any kind of assurance that it'll stay affordable?
So anything built under the low-income housing tax credit has a 30-year affordability requirement. That is part of their deed, and it is a restrictive access and restrictive on their deed. It can't be sold to anyone without them transferring the affordability. Once you get to 30 years, then a determination can be made, is this the highest and best use of this particular piece of land in this particular project?
Hi, Lisa Sunderlow, the Historic Beaufort Foundation. You and I had the opportunity to meet not too long ago, and I'd love to get back together with you and discuss this. But just a quick question with regard to opportunity zones. As you noted, we have our largest challenge within the historic district, within the downtown area. And we, along with the city's planning department, went out and surveyed 28 of those individual properties to assess their conditions and opportunities for putting them back into residential use, long-term, affordable housing. And right now, y'all have some properties within the district, and I'm working with a couple of those property owners. How can we do a sort of larger scale opportunity when you know you've got 28 to 50 properties within the district that all will fall into your line of eligibility? Is the opportunity zone the best way to maybe collectively then be able to make a significant impact by doing a block, by doing, a section, doing something like that?
So I'll answer it the way a developer answers.
Okay.
It depends. So the opportunity zone really, it was created to look at an area of a city that has been underserved, that is difficult to develop because no bank will go in and make a loan on it. So when you talk about putting together a group of houses to create an opportunity zone, that becomes more difficult. As an investor in that opportunity zone is looking and saying, I don't want 20 assets in that fund, I want one.
Mm-hmm.
So there is some discussion at National Park Service, which governs all historic activity in the United States, that opportunity zones should be created for exactly what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to go to Senator Scott and just say, South Carolina has something kind of, it's not that other states don't have historic properties. We have an overabundance of historic properties and an overabundance of really concentration between Charleston, Savannah, Beaufort. They're everywhere. We've been here for a long time. I would see what's going to happen first when the president announces and the administration announces what their housing program is going to be and how it affects opportunity zones. We'll be looking to see if what you are talking about actually gets in the legislature, actually gets in the deed. If not, we're going to the state historic folks along with National Park Service and say, look, we've had a number of historic homes that came to us for home repair, but they far exceed the ability of the city to repair them. Can you make zero interest money? Can you make grants? Can you make things to the city? And then the city would then take it and divide it out amongst homes as it sees best. Both of those are in discussion. I don't know where they will go. In an election year especially, a coin toss. But you are presenting a problem that a lot of cities are talking about. When I worked in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, Philadelphia is almost entirely historic. Lancaster, Pennsylvania is almost entirely historic. We had great difficulty getting National Park Service to think beyond one structure. So I think ideas are changing, concepts are changing. So I would look carefully over the next 6 months, as we will be, and we'll share that information with you once we determine what they're going to do.
Thank you. And I think, Beaufort being a certified local government, that opens up more opportunities and more doors. So hopefully that will help to incentivize all of this to occur. But I will follow up with you. Thank you.
Well, the primary focus, I think, of the Housing Trust has been, and the intent of the Housing Trust was to build more affordable housing units. But you nailed it a little while ago. Every community has different needs. We sat through a briefing from our Development Director, Kurt, yesterday. They talked about all the multifamily housing that we have coming up, 170 corridor. All told, about 3,500 units. But the point being, we don't seem to have a shortage of housing inventory. We seem to have a shortage of housing inventory that's affordable. We're also balancing a growth issue where we have too much growth for the infrastructure currently. So is there an opportunity to work with the Housing Trust on putting together a program that doesn't necessarily provide funding for the construction of houses, but that can subsidize the person who needs the house? And the other advantage to that would be, if you are no longer meet LMI requirements, then you have to move out of that affordable housing that you moved into. But if you are already in an apartment and your income goes up, you have the opportunity to stay where you live. And so are there any programs like that that we could partner with you on?
So one of the things that we have talked about was, and this came about when we provided funding to an organization that was repairing homes. We discovered that they had never had a conversation with the person that they were fixing the home for about, are you prepared for an additional electricity bill? Never had air conditioning before. Are you prepared for additional tax when you get reassessed? Of course, everybody's answer to that was no, we just wanted the house fixed. I think there is an opportunity to put together a fund that says, if you meet these certain eligibility requirements, we will subsidize you for a period of time. We will help you get in a house. We will help you pay for that house, and then have some trade-off later. For example, you have to be out in 2 years. The trade-off that Hilton Head has done is say, if you don't work here, you don't live here. That's a pretty, and I have said this to the town myself, I want to be there the day that a TV camera rolls up and you have a young woman who says, you told me to better myself. You told me to get a better job. You told me to take care of my children. I did all that, and now I got a better job in Bluffton and you're telling me I lose my apartment. I said I would like to be there with the camera rolling to see what it is the town says. I think that's a flaw in what they're doing. They're not worried about it. Although I have said the worst nightmare in the world is to have a fair housing lawyer show up at your door. That's just chaos unbelievably. To answer your question is yes. I think whether it is a subsidy, whether it is almost every rental property has a security deposit requirement, whether there's that subsidy to pay that, whether it's a loan, or whether it's a grant. I think there's a lot of ways that we could talk about how we get people into housing and how they sustain it. In the affordable housing world, we have something called the Christmas nightmare, where you have people on restricted incomes in an affordable housing complex. When they get to November, the number one question is pay the rent or buy Christmas gifts. Guess what they choose 80% of the time, which then creates a crisis come January that they can't get over. I think there's all kinds of ways to do that. There's all kinds of ways to identify the homes and areas that you would like to target. Some of them may be underserved, some of them may be underpopulated, one reason or another. One of the things that we had happen to us was two developers came in and said, "Where do we go?" And we said, "Go over to Jasper County." They came back 2 days later and said, "We can't go to Jasper County." I said, "Why not?" I said, "You bought a house before. What's the first two questions your wife asks when she goes to buy a house? What's the school district? And show me the kitchen." That's what everybody looks at. And as soon as you say, maybe our school system's not so good, Jasper County gets eliminated from consideration. So we'd be happy to work with you. We'd be happy to sit down and say, how do we do this? And how do we do it fairly? But yeah, absolutely. There's all kinds of possibilities.
Any other questions for Claude?
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're supposed to be in the transportation sales tax referendum projects, but we've taken care of that, so I guess we can move on. I'm not going to start public comment till 2:30 because of on the agenda. But we can move on to some parking lot items. I don't know how many we put in the parking lot, if any.
The only thing I've recorded is short-term rentals. I don't know if anyone else, more discussion was required there, but.
I thought I asked you to put promenade on this parking lot, please. Thank you.
And promenade on the.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's in the lot. Which one do you prefer to start with?
It's up to you, Mayor.
Since, Rob, you just brought that up, do you want to expound more on the promenade idea?
Happy to respond to any questions people have. I think it's a long-term issue, but it starts with a vision of having a different configuration. I've talked to some people since I made that remark. They're watching online, and they would encourage the boundary to be Main Street. So I think one of the questions is what would be the scope that you would want to have kind of quote cordoned off? The other, obviously, practical situations are starting somewhere near the top. My understanding, is this right? Is it a state road? Is Bay Street a state?
It is.
It is.
So I don't know how that process gets started and when it gets processed. Can you contain a portion of that just for contingency purposes? And what does that imply? Does that mean all the utilities and all the communication and things like that? So
Ownership, yeah.
whether it's a task force or some way just to be able to air this in terms of just the idea, that to get enough framework like it's been a pattern today, enough that people know what it is. Like Josh, you were saying, hey, what does it mean if we're going to do something with Rebo? What does it mean if you've got the waterfront effort going on? But give people enough definition to do more than whiplash. No, I don't like it because it's going to affect my business. But give a contour about what would be involved. Again, Santa Monica, we're not Santa Monica, and we're not UVA either, but what's happened is, and I'm doing this parallel structures, talking to these people that had the idea and what was their process to get it described, get it circumscribed, and be able to build support by all the major stakeholders. Obviously got the merchants, and you got people. This, to me, dovetails into a lot of the ways there's a trolley system to all these transportation issues. How would you route traffic? What would you do? I mean, I've heard people talking about angled parking on certain roads. How would you get off the bridge? There's just a whole plethora of things. I'm kind of at the idea stage. I kind of focus on the what, and then you start to drill down on the how. And there's a lot of institutional, I won't use the word dinosaur again, knowledge around this table, having just done so, Linda. And there's ideas that people have, and there's newcomers. I will always be a newcomer here, even though I've been here 10 years. There's a lot of ideas that people, and there's a lot of open thinking. I've seen that. I just heard part of that last part of the end of the presentation. Things are different than they were once. I think the easiest hurdle is, how do you find a place where employees can park? If I'm working at Nordstrom's, employees are going to park somewhere else to leave these parking places open for the people that are going to come to visit. And so this has to do with what Graham has Trask has said earlier about what is our overall vision of Beaufort, and is it, how do we first feed these people, all the people that live here, and then also make it complimentary to people that are, in fact, tourists that bring tourists. I lived in Washington State for 33 years. Oregon had a basic philosophy, come visit but don't stay. That backfired huge, because people just didn't want to even stay, and then they go through, so there's lots of lessons, I think, learned around the country, but I'd really focus on communities that are similar of size of Beaufort, and then become kind of the pole star, be the North Star for what can happen as you really amplify the vibrancy of here, but also keep all those things that are precious, that attract people like everyone around the table on. So, open to questions now or later. Yes.
Hey, may I ask a question? Thank you. Hey, I think I want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. Are you talking about blocking Bay Street to traffic? Is that what you're?
That would be one of the consequences, yes. No cars on
Okay.
Bay Street.
I have managed a number of pedestrian malls in my 40 years of doing downtown revitalization, and I know the positives and I know the negatives of it. The very first pedestrian mall was Kalamazoo, Michigan in the 1950s. They pulled that up and it was an issue. I grew up in Spartanburg, South Carolina. We had a pedestrian mall. They pulled that up because the businesses closed. And if you have a pedestrian mall, that means 24-hour programming by the city. 24 hours of maintenance, 24 hours of events, 24 hours of security on that mall. Our promenade is the waterfront park, y'all. And that's what we need to support, and that's what we need to promote. We don't need to create more obstacles for the businesses in the downtown area. Just my thought.
Thank you for offering. There's lots of thoughts. I've spent a whole lifetime not starting with the naysayers for the reasons I cannot. I would rather start like I'm doing a summary of this meeting. What did we do well? Oftentimes the whiplash reaction is we need to do this, we need to improve that. No. It's a very disciplined difference of approach. You start and you nail down all the visionary aspects that are appealing to people. And it's a separate meeting. What are some of the drawbacks? I hear all those. I would just, out of my own experience of 75 years, I don't say it assumes 24-hour coverage of police, of fire. No, I don't start with 24 hours of programming. That certainly could be an element, and I think I could probably come up with 10 ways to circumvent that right now, but that's not the time or place to do so. But start with describing the vision enough. It starts with, Josh, you were at this meeting that I was at when Scott invaded, and the merchant with well-meaning said, hey, we've got a parking problem in Beaufort. Well, it depends how you describe the issue. I said it's a car problem. If you've eliminated the cars, then how do we do that? And we're talking about walkability. 10 years ago in the real estate market, you can add that, walkability was not a factor. Now what's happened, you've got walkability numbers for every community. It's a sales feature along with schools and things like that. Things are changing and they're moving, and I think this is how do we want to be who we are now and who we want to become, and that's tied into every issue I've heard yesterday and today. So that's the framework. I hear that, you've got experience that I don't have, but I don't start with constraints. I start with what is this, and can you build a group of people? I mean, I've seen the age of Beaufort change. There's so many young families that have moved in during the 10 years I've been here. I mean, there's a reason. You mentioned the military. People that come in here want to just spend a stint on Parris Island and leave as soon as they can. They end up coming back. There's a reason for all that. So, any other questions or comments?
I had a question. Lise kind of sort of beat me to the punch because I did not know what this guy was talking about. I heard the word promenade. I kind of say promenade. He did not say the waterfront. So if you're going to close off a street, yeah, I'm trying to picture this and temporary, permanent function, what would they be doing? So the one in Bogota, it started way back when, they did it on a Sunday, I had mentioned this previously to some of y'all in the room at a meeting, Cyclovia, something like that, and then 400 cities have done it since. He's getting a little too close to the bluff, I'll tell you that. But y'all need to go look at the bluff. So to stand out there in the pavement, I'm trying, in front of people's houses. So you have to, respect people's houses, and then it does border against the river, so that it wouldn't be as bad as, say, if you try to block off, Charles Street, or, I mean, why not Scott Street or West Street? Why Bay Street? And then I'm just trying to picture that. There's nothing there, but I would say there's one. I'm not sure what part of Bay Street, so what you're talking about. So, yeah, there's different parts of Bay Street. I mean, I spent a lot of time at the Bluff. I know it just as good as anybody, except for maybe Neil Lipsitz. I haven't yet seen him down there, but I think he knows a thing or two about the Bluff. And I'm not sure where. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Neil?
I've listened patiently to you talk every meeting that I've been to. And so I'm just saying, right now, there's no proposal. It's a parking lot issue. No proposal to comment, to react to. Everything is welcome, is feedback, it's input. And the first step is to describe enough of a proposal that you can make some comment about what the proposal is, not what you think or envision. And again, the summary comment is, I don't start with no. I said, what is this? And then how might it be appealing to you? It's been around since 1711. So there's a lot of ideas and a lot of people and knowledge. And thank you for the time.
Okay, Mr. Gag. Since we have somebody online, so go ahead.
I want to say something.
Okay, Rob, I've lived here my whole life, and Bay Street has evolved. If you look back through history, every 30 years, maybe 40 years, Bay Street completely changes. We had the streetscape back in, I think it was in the 80s, where it changed. Before that, and you look at, if you go back in history, you'll see what you said about the promenade would have made sense. Yeah, well, it makes sense, but it would have been really good if the waterfront park didn't exist. But we do have the waterfront park there. However, I can see visioning Bay Street changing another way, in which, and a lot of people aren't going to like this, maybe if we turn it into a one-way street going towards the bridge, have parking slanted on both sides of the street, and that way it increases the parking, and it'll be close to double the parking. We could eliminate a parking space right near the bridge where we get a dedicated turn lane and everything, so we don't have the backups like we do now. But I could see that doing it, instead of one-way street, instead of closing the street one way and envisioning that way. Like I say, it's always evolving, and it's always controversial when it evolves. I hate those pork chops we have there. That was part of the last time they put on there, as Lisa knows.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, thank you. It's a fluid. The idea is just to be able to create a dialogue around it.
Exactly.
What we want it to be.
Yeah.
So it's not either or.
Right, because it is always evolving, as and your idea simply, is part of the evolution, what it could be.
So if nobody's ever, please go to a First Friday, Linda Filler, pipe in. The quality and the vibrancy and the community spirit of
every
First
time.
Friday without cars is totally different than with cars.
Yes, but we're talking 24/7 like that, and I don't see it 24/7 like that. For festivals, occasionally, yes, that works good. First Fridays, it's good, but it gets old if you do it every day. It's going to get old real fast, and people aren't going to be down there all the time like that. Businesses will suffer. Some businesses do suffer when they do that. They don't like it. But having, like I said, if we do it one way with parking on both sides like that, traffic will still flow through, and it could be routed through there where it would flow. It would be easier to do for festivals and things if we want to do it. I think that would be the way to go.
Okay, there's only one body, depending on your religiosity, that knows the future. That's not me. So none of us know the future. And I bet if you're in this conversation when Chambers Park was then I've seen stories and heard stories, that was not like it is today. There was not gonna be a water front, it was gonna be a parking lot.
I was here back then, I know.
We don't know nobody knows, anyhow, I don't want to overplay that, other than, I think the conversation is worthy to have, not in a weekend, not by a single task force, but just engage the possibilities. There's a lot of knowledge around here and a lot of vision, so that's my main point.
So I applaud the idea and your involvement, Rob. But we're exploring this possibility of the social district now, and not that we should shelve the idea of a promenade not to be revisited, but maybe we wait to see how the social district works out. Maybe that might give some ideas as to whether we need to carry out the economy down there even more, so.
Absolutely, no, I chose this forum because this is an annual forum, and so that seemed to dovetail into this, to be aware on the parking lot, so thank you for your receptivity, and absolutely, we're gonna learn things we don't know now if this pilot goes forward.
Appreciate it, Mr. Cahill. We have somebody online that would like to speak. Graham?
Hi, Graham Trask. I particularly like Rob's idea. I think it deserves some more discussion, and it dovetails nicely into a future conversation about a future vision for Beaufort. I think unfortunately the city, where it stands right now, has too much on its plate, and it needs to get the waterfront park addressed. But a promenade either from Bladen to Charles on Bay Street, which is all grass, take up the concrete, or all the way through downtown, notwithstanding some of Lee's concerns, is something that should be considered as part of an overall revisioning of downtown Beaufort. I don't, with all due respect, Mitch, I don't see how the social district relates, but I mean, looking at a promenade is tantamount to the building of the visioning, and the building of the waterfront park. But I think it is a great idea, I think, and I think it's something that should be part of a larger discussion about visions for downtown at a later stage. Phil, I think you may be waiting for 2:30 for me for a public comment. I'm happy to go earlier if you guys want to get out of there. I just wanted to let you know that.
Should I? Yeah, Graham, I guess so. We've got time. We can always jump back into what we were talking about. So if you would like, go ahead. Remember, you got 5 minutes.
Okay, just 1 second. Sorry, don't start the clock yet. Let me get my talking points. Sorry. Okay. Thanks again for the opportunity this afternoon to continue my public comments from this morning. To refresh, I have 4 key items that I wanted to discuss today. The first 2 I touched on this morning. Those were what our city's core function should be, which is public safety, public works, and land use. Please don't confuse core functions with core competencies, which another speaker eloquently pointed out. I framed up for the council 2 existing and competing visions for downtown Beaufort. A vision to monetize downtown Beaufort so that developers in the city can make as much money as possible, versus the vision of making downtown Beaufort livable for Beaufortonians, to include offices, restaurants, retail stores, bars, and boutique hotels, all of which fit seamlessly and sympathetically into Beaufort's landmark historic district's architectural character. Tourism is then the cherry on top. It's not the reason for being. This afternoon, I want to speak about 2 other items, key items which the city should focus on to move forward, which I was specifically asked to talk about by one of your councilmen, and then what the city should stop doing. You can't just keep accumulating tasks. You got to stop doing things. Before I do that, though, I wanted to speak to the red herring and erroneous assertions that were made twice, actually, by a heckler in the audience who rudely interrupted me twice during my morning's public comment. He should have actually been thrown out of the room. I believe he was attempting to interrupt and undermine my public comments based on an assertion that I don't live in Beaufort. I'm a documented resident of Beaufort. I own a home in Beaufort. I grew up in Beaufort. I have a South Carolina's driver's license, which shows my city of Beaufort home address. I vote in Beaufort. I own significant property in the city of Beaufort. I pay significant property taxes in the city of Beaufort. I pay business license taxes in the city of Beaufort. In fact, I just paid impact fees to the city of Beaufort to build another home in the city of Beaufort. I pay South Carolina personal income tax. I don't understand why this heckler would make such erroneous comments. And I simply wanted to address his erroneous jobs, since he wasn't thrown out of the meeting, for the benefit of the council and the public. So on to the key priorities. We've got to fix the waterfront park. We got to fix it, and we got to fix it now. I realize that there's a citizen board that has been, quote unquote, working on this for what seems like over a year now, but it's not moving fast enough. That's what happens when decisions are turned over to what I think is an 11-person board. Everything slows down to a crawl. I again suggest getting a conceptual quote from McSweeney Engineering and qualified marine contractors to either replace the platform as it is or backfill to the seawall, all by raising in total or in part the elevation of the elevation by 3 feet for resiliency or whatever is needed. The layout of the park should remain as is. Had this unfortunate situation with the disrepair of the pylons not developed, we'd never be asking the question, how do we change the look and feel of the park? The design of the park is an iconic Robert Marvin design. Leave it as it is. Fix what's underneath. It's that simple. The disrepair and closing off of the waterfront park is the root problem of almost all of downtown's ills, on top, of course, of the ill-timed drainage project. It is a crisis which is slowly destroying downtown Beaufort. A committee meeting once a month will not result in a timely fix. The city needs a full-time team committed to this issue. The city council must have a standing work session and regular meeting discussion item specifically on what progress has been made on fixing the waterfront park. I asked some rhetorical questions because I know you're not going to answer me. Is there a critical path project management plan which has been put together? The public needs one. Is this information available on your website? Who in the city is the key person accountable for this project? A committee or even the chair of a committee does not create an effective level of accountability. Does the city have the capabilities to handle this project?
We're getting close to over the 5-minute limit.
He's a liar.
We understand where you're coming from on the waterfront park. You got another item you wish to talk about?
Really? I'm already over 5 minutes? It's hard to believe.
Well, I think you earlier talking about the heckler kind of used up some of it.
I'm sorry. Well, I hope you will give me a little more time. We need to cancel the safe harbor lease held by the Blackstone Group, which is a $1 trillion private equity group, and hire a professional marina operator for the downtown city-owned marina, which is run for the benefit of Beaufortonians. Open up our marina to Beaufortonians and don't gate it off so that wealthy snowbirds can dock their yachts. Ironically, since the city illegally leased our marina to Blackstone, we've then spent more money on building a day dock and a dinghy dock, as residents can't use the marina that they own. We're now spending more money to rebuild the dinghy dock and provide access to the day dock, yet our marina is gated off. Finally, Sell all assets which are not aligned with the core function of our city government to include the City Commerce Park, the Boys and Girls Club that is rented to USCB for $1 a year, 701 Craven Street, 2153 Boundary Street, and 500 Carteret, now that it's not going to be used to accommodate parking. Use the money, which could be 7 to 10 million, as seed money to fix the waterfront park. 100% of a city manager's time should be spent on these 3 items. That then means we need to stop doing things. I'm almost finished, Bill. Thank you. We need to stop throwing festivals. We need to stop thinking the city government is the social chair for residents of Beaufort. We need to stop thinking that the city government can save downtown businesses through Band-Aid type subsidies. Fix the waterfront park. We need to stop. I got 4 more. Stop believing that the city government is an economic engine for downtown Beaufort or Beaufort generally. It's not. Stop looking for money to do projects other than to find money to fix the waterfront park. Suspend or cut deeply your capital projects. Stop all spending on further parks until the waterfront park is repaired. And please stop competing with the private sector. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it.
Okay, anyone else? Will speak. Hearing none. I had Lisa Swindle. Did you want to talk about different?
No, I was able to say everything I needed to say earlier to Mr. Hicks.
Thank you. Still have short-term rentals in your parking lot.
Okay. We have short-term rentals in the parking lot. Anyone want to discuss short-term rentals?
I don't want to discuss, I guess I'll just say, I know that the draft, Kurt, I think I heard you right yesterday when you said the draft proposal was complete, and so my thought would be we would probably see that next regular session for first vote, right? Okay.
Yeah, I want to see the draft proposal, but I don't think you have added into something that Ms. Howard mentioned earlier about neighbors being notified.
I don't know.
That's not part of it.
So I guess I would need clarification on what she was requesting there
You got one
because,
next door to you. If somebody's going to open up one right next door to you, a short-term rental, that you should be notified that there's a short-term rental next to you is what she's saying.
right, but I guess if what she's saying is notified prior to so that there was an opportunity to oppose it, then would you then trigger a public hearing or what would be your thought?
She just wants to be notified that there's one next door. It didn't say prior to.
Just notified that one is in existence.
Yes,
I got you.
existence, all she wants to know. She doesn't want to look next door and see a different neighbor every week or every couple of days, wonder what's going on. She wants, from that's what I understood in talking to her. She just wants to be notified that there's a short-term rental next door to her so she knows what's going on. And I think that's fair.
So immediate thought, what would it be in regards to notifications? Would you mail out like a notification for everybody that lives within 500 feet or like the same as you would do if there was a development that was going to be reviewed, or what would be your
Just
thought on?
anybody that property is either across the street or touches it, within a few feet of it, to notify them, you've got a short-term rental coming in. So yes, maybe 100 feet even.
100 feet?
So all contiguous properties, is that basically?
Pretty much, or across the street or continuous. Yeah, I think that would be fair. They'd be notified.
What do we do on a zoning change or?
Put up a sign.
What is it? It's posted.
Sign.
I don't think you want to put up a sign short-term.
But I mean, how far out do you go to know?
It depends on the request.
That's okay.
Variance, it's 300 feet. If it's,
I don't even think you need it that far. I mean, just 100 feet.
it's really up to
You
you.
can just say adjacent properties. I think that's
Adjacent.
right. I think they do need to be notified that there is a change coming.
Well, I guess I'll throw this out there too, because we have factored into this draft, I'm pretty sure, a 300-foot requirement, so you can't have two within 300 feet, right? So in that case, maybe it would be good to have the notification go out that far. And the only reason I say that is because if by chance you have two people within 300 feet that are both going for a short-term rental, then you'd probably want to be notified that somebody else is a week ahead of you in the process or whatever, just so you can kind of plan for that. So maybe for continuity's sake, if we had a notification distance, we could just say anybody within 300 feet would be
And this
notified.
should just be for houses, just like the houses being done, not for carriage houses and things like that, just for the short-term rental, homes.
When you get a zoning change, do you send out a letter or is it just put a sign up?
It's a letter. You want the letter when they apply or when they've actually?
I think when they're approved.
I think so too, and they're approved.
Yeah, I think probably once they're approved.
The 300 feet is for enforcement, right? None, those are the
Yeah,
300
I
feet.
don't
Yeah, you couldn't have two within 300 feet.
We want clustering.
Yeah, and avoid clustering, that's right.
And Ms. Howard, I think it was just.
It's right across the
Just
road.
for
from where they
awareness,
put
right?
one, I know.
There's no enforcement power behind it,
Right.
it's just for
Yeah,
awareness.
just for notification, so they would know.
So I don't know.
If you were thinking about getting one and you live 250 feet away from me and I applied for one and got it, wouldn't you want to know? Because then it would automatically mean that you couldn't get it.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's for that reason, it's just,
I know that it's not, I'm just saying that it's another thing to consider because it could be a situation that you come into.
I just don't think it needs to be for that far out, I think just adjacent property is good enough.
I don't honestly think it needs to be there, period, but if we're talking about putting it in, I was just saying that would be a justification that I could come up with, but it wouldn't matter either way to me, whether it was 100 feet or not at all, or 300 feet.
Okay, just so the public knows, this short-term rental ordinance is coming before council in
February 10th.
I think March. You have
Okay,
to
I just wanna
use the
let-
development code and we didn't get the draft till Monday, so it had to be advertised basically the week before.
That's right, the public notice.
Okay,
Fine.
I'll be back.
Sorry.
Do you have other
Want
items?
to add something or not? I think that's just the question I have, so send it over to Beth.
That's the only thing I'd like to add would be the adjacent, notification of adjacent properties.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. There's not harm in it. And it doesn't run afoul of the 300-foot rule, so that would be good. It's okay, I guess.
Any other items? Parking lot? Yes, Lisa?
Just thought of something that I just want to make sure is still on y'all's radar screen. The demolition ordinance. As y'all know, 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago now, HBF had submitted a request that the city put a moratorium on any demolitions until you could adopt a sunset to go along with the demolition ordinance. And at that time, the previous mayor had said, oh yeah, we'll have it done in 3 months, no problem, this will happen, all these years later. And I know that there's a lot of nuances and a lot of discussions that have happened over time with it, but it is so critical, and especially as we're looking at trying to repair these properties and improve these properties within our community and from our perspective, specifically in the historic district. Please move forward, if you could, with that demolition ordinance. The Planning Commission put a lot of time into that effort. We were a part of that effort for months and months and months, working with the Planning Commission. And, from where we know right now, it's just sitting and not going anywhere. And I think it's critical enough for us to do, especially if we want to save these properties and put them back into use as affordable housing opportunities. Thank you.
Where are we on that? Demolition.
I think
I've been
we last talked about it in July of 2024.
Is that one of the changes that the planning commission wants to bring forward to the?
Well, it was the first thing they worked on, and that's kind of part of the delay. It's because it took an inordinate amount of time, I guess, right? So we didn't work on the rest of the development code until after that, but it got a.
Is it on your radar?
I mean, they already acted on it. I think they're,
They recommended it to y'all.
I mean,
So-
I think after the fact, I think some people thought maybe it went a little too far, but it was acted on.
Can we revisit it? I think it needs to be done. I'd like to clean up the code. Clean it up in there as well.
just the question is, what do you want, to do with it? Because it was a little more restrictive, and I think it didn't obviously get some traction, so.
We can put that, Scott, on a work session.
Yeah, I'm taking a note to do that now. We can put it on a work session agenda to find out what it is we want to do with it.
Thank you. Online too, Mayor.
I'm sorry. Simmer?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for letting me join you. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to the city council, to the staff, for really starting to be more inclusive, like with the standing up the Historic District Task Force, looking at having a downtown advisory board, having the Waterfront Park Committee, because it's so important that you get citizens that are directly impacted by whatever is going on across the city. And along with that, hearing about short-term rentals and demolition moratoriums and many things that have come up over and over again. As you all know, Peggy gets on her communication soapbox, and here I go. Communication, effective two-way communication that's both timely, meaning we find out before it happens, and accurate, so we know what is actually going to happen, is so important. And as you've all experienced, with the downtown drainage project in particular, which yes, I'm directly impacted by, that communication has not been there. But that's not the only place that that's happened. And so I'm just begging you, and I know there's you guys are working on it, but I just want to go on public record as saying, please make sure you reach out to those that are directly impacted by whatever project it is. If it's a short-term rental and an adjacent neighbor that needs to be notified, if it's a downtown drainage project and I live right there where it's happening, please let me know what's going on ahead of time and keep me informed throughout the project. And just please do whatever you can to get communication out in all forms, because some people don't have internet access. Some people don't use Facebook. Some people prefer email or a phone call or a text. And certainly if it's within a 24-hour period, a phone call or a text is probably what is needed. If it's more than that, then yeah, email is great. It also gives you an accountability of who you notified by email, for instance. But please just continue working on good, effective, timely, and accurate communication, because it is critical. Be it bad news or good news, as long as people know, your lives will be a lot happier, because you won't get all of complaining. And people will be happier in the public because they'll feel they're being taken care of and being heard. So thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Appreciate it. Go ahead,
Hey, Stacy Applegate, 1301 Green Street. I wasn't going to do public comment, but after hearing Claude Hicks' presentation, I just want to say a few things. I'm really, really glad to hear that the repair program has been a success, because that was something that we really had to fight for and got some pushback. We exhibited bad behavior to certain people in this room, and I apologize about that. But I'm very, very, very passionate about seeing that program continue. I hope you feel like that was a good decision to pair with the Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust in doing that. I really think that that is one of the most important things, along with the waterfront park, but I think it should be up there, definitely in top 5, to help people, especially long-term residents in the historic district and of course other places in the city. I think Bluffton has a fantastic program. They have 2 different programs, one for critical repairs, and the other one has to do with allocating money to contributing structures. I think they have 86. We have 170. And that's with the current period of significance. I would really encourage you, because I do believe that the historic district is a valuable, valuable asset, and that helping people, especially long-term residents, to be able to fix up their properties is paramount. I encourage you to look, I'm sure you probably have, maybe look again at Bluffton's program. I think they've won 2 South Carolina Preservation Awards for their program. I think we could do something similar, and I think that would not only save the buildings, but also help the people and send a very important message about what our priorities are. I also look at the demolition ordinance as well, because that was something that while I was on the HRB was brought up, and I think that was 2021.
Yeah.
So that's it. Thanks again for all you do. I know you have a hard job.
Thanks, Stacy. Okay, anything else? Oh, I saw Grady Woods here, is he left?
He was invited to come as our appointment to be part of the conversation.
I was gonna recognize him, and
I guess maybe he's not here now.
we'll get our priorities moved to him.
Yes.
Ms. Applegate, again?
I'm sorry, Stacy Applegate, 1301 Green Street. I didn't have things prepared, so I couldn't remember everything. So I think maybe some of the ATAX money that's used for festivals could potentially be used for a program like what Bluffton has, because the historic district is part of what brings in the tourism. And all those festivals, not that they're not important, they get part of that money, so I think that could be the money that's used for that program. Because I know you've got a lot on your plate, I don't want to increase taxes or do anything like that, but that's a solution.
Yeah, the county has used their ATAX fund for some bricks and mortar projects, so it could,
Okay,
yeah, so it could happen.
we can look at it, but we've got the hospitality groups that want advertising.
Because I heard earlier, maybe it was Josh, that said, festivals maybe should start with that money and then become self-supporting.
Well, that's the goal.
Yeah, unless I misunderstood. So maybe there would be some money that could be allocated.
Anything else? Got anything from staff that missing?
I'll open it up to department directors if there's anything on your mind that you'd like to discuss with council. And this is also an opportunity for anything else on your minds, any contemporary issues or things that we walk through.
I know that I would like to make a summary of my thoughts, but I am still kind of consolidating that.
Can you do it in 5 minutes?
I could easily do it in 5.
It's about the time you would normally take a break anyway from when we.
Yeah, let's take a break. We're moving along very rapidly. We're almost to the end here, so unless something comes up. Let's take about
15 minutes.
15 or 2, yeah.
I've got some evaluations for you.
Okay, we're back in session here. Any more items, parking lot items anyone has? I have one, just to throw out there for discussion. We have the 250th coming up this year, 26th. There's something called Carolina Days. South Carolina 250 is observing between June 27th and July 4th. I've gotten an email, and I'm sure maybe some of the other council members have, about someone wanting to do a little more celebration to get the children involved and some activities we can have going on during that week time. I would like to be able, and Scott maybe help us out with this, but get with the 250th, South Carolina 250th, especially Beaufort County, and the museum and ATF and all these other groups, and see what they have on their calendar for events during that period of time before. I'd like to do a resolution and recognizing the 250th, maybe at our June meeting, Carolina Days, if we could, and also be thinking about what we can do, kind of along the lines of maybe what we did with the Lafayette celebration, in conjunction with all these other things, if we can somehow coordinate it all, give us a week of activities, and maybe even outside those timeframes. For instance, planning that Liberty Tree that we have somewhere, and making a big deal of that. So just throw that out from.
I was looking to see if Lisa was still here to know what they may be engaged in. I'll touch base with her if there's an opportunity.
It's right there.
Hi, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa.
Hello, sorry.
Were your ears burning? The mayor was just talking about Carolina Days coming up and the 250th, and
Yes.
they've been approached by some citizens, they being council, been approached by citizens wanting to know what activities we have planned and those types of things. And I didn't know if you were aware of any particular events that are planned or.
Yeah, well, there's a number of things with regard to the 250th. And I was going to talk to you when you and I got lunch about some of this, but I think throughout the year, there are different speaker processes that the 250th is putting on. Last night, for example, at DATA, Dr. John McCardle did a program for the 250th. And then from the standpoint of, I talked to the mayor, I talked with you, I guess, a week or so ago, about in March, as y'all recall, Council last March designated March 18th in perpetuity as Lafayette Bicentennial Celebration Day in the city of Beaufort. So we're putting together the time capsule that we talked about last year and working jointly with Grace Cordial at the Beaufort District Collection. And so we're going to be bringing that to council and then also to county council and presenting it as the time capsule that includes everything related to our celebration. And then it will become a permanent part of the district collection. So I think that'll be a really exciting thing, and we want to build up, a good bit of excitement around that and engage the folks that we included before with regard to the bicentennial and those activities. And then this also happens to be the 50th anniversary of the John Mark Verdier House this year, the renovation and opening. And we have direct links with John Mark Verdier having been in the militia, during that time of the Revolution and actively involved in the community. So we're going to be doing some specific events around that. Historian Bill Davies and then Rich Thomas, who is the Beaufort County 250th chair. They're going to be doing a big presentation on the 250th with us that we're going to be having at St. Helena. So we have a large enough area for that to happen. So I think there's a number of things, and I will get with you and we can write some stuff down so that everybody gets an idea about what's coming up. Does that help?
It does.
All right, good.
It helps me, I don't know if it.
Thank you.
That's you, but my point in asking her is that we may have some ability to partner with them.
Yes.
Strengthen their activities and come up with our own and work together.
I'd like to partner with all these groups so that we're not overlapping.
Yes.
Making sure that we're kind of covering the waterfront on the celebration.
Yeah. And we do have the descendant of Lafayette coming to town in May. And I think we were all talking about the potential of planting a Liberty tree yeah, and doing some sort of symbolism, with that and something. So I think there's a lot of different things we can work together with and bring in the Beaufort History Museum too. And partner. Thank you.
Hey, do you want to give us a Liberty Tree update? Is it hanging in there?
Yeah,
Bring it out of the cold.
it's inside my house.
Chances with that tree.
My kids help me take care of it. They call it the president. That's how much we take care of it.
Was it the Christmas tree this year?
It was not. It was on my front porch for most of the time because it was somewhat warm. But recently we brought it inside and it's sitting there healthy. No leaves on it right now, but it's still got green buds and doing good.
We'll plan around that time to do that, because I believe you're coming in May, is that it?
Yeah.
Playing at Nate's house and we got the playing it.
Well, you kind of want to make a big deal out of it. I don't think Nate wants people coming to his house to look at the Liberty Tree.
Yeah, so finding a location will be critical for that.
And I think we ought to be open to some ideas of where we can put it.
I know some places we can't put it, like I wouldn't recommend Spanish Moss Trail, but.
I wouldn't put it in the park right now either, I don't think, so. We'll have to see it. Anything else anybody can think of that we need to discuss, because we're basically through our agenda other than summarizing everything, so. See any more hands or any comments?
Just backing up a moment to the tree, we'll engage with our Parks and Tree Advisory Committee.
Yeah, let's please.
Helping them find us a place that would be appropriate for this.
So with that, Scott, you want to have maybe summarize, or?
Yeah, I can just.
Mr. Cahill has.
Oh, I'm sorry. See you back there, Mr. Cahill. Please stand.
The risk of sounding patronizing. I said this 3 or 4 years ago at this first time I attended one of these meetings. And something I borrowed from Bill Ruckles' house, who I was fortunate to work with for a decade. He talked public service. Nothing is more challenging, exciting, interesting, and he threw in the F word, fulfilling. And I commented about being here at the first of these strategic planning sessions. I just want to underscore that again. And as a person here that's not here in a box, it's really fulfilling to be here in this kind of environment. Yesterday and today, I felt something is the collegiality is palpable. I didn't feel that the first year, but I felt inklings of that. But these last couple of days, it seems to me as a council and then as a staff, and there's different people around the table, you're really stepping up to the plate, and that's just really rewarding to be here. So at the risk of sounding patronizing, I just want to make that public. Thank you.
We appreciate it. That's probably one of the only people that gives us a kind word, so. One of the few. Put it that way. Scott, you want?
I'll just glance at my notes and go over what I think are the action items that resulted from this and some of our next steps, if that's okay. So out of our core competency discussion, I took a note that we need to drill down on the properties and have a special work session devoted to just that, which we'll do. Again, just to clarify and hold here up to the process here, I'm not envisioning every single property that the city owns, just the ones that we talked about that may not be central to core competencies or missions. Am I reading that correctly? Commerce Park, bring that forward for discussion as well. I've got some preferences noted here. Mayor prefers to sell to the county. Councilman Scaletti would like to put it on the open market, but is curious about the ability to steer certain types of development. Councilman Lipsitz would rather that the county have it, and Councilman Mitchell said he was concerned about developing eyesores if we turned it over to the open market. So need to do a deeper dive into festivals and special events. I heard from you that there are an awful lot of them, and they may be a drain on staff resources, and there may be some opportunities for some of our partners to handle some of that. We don't want any additional parades. That's pretty clear. action. Bear with me just a second. We were talking about future initiatives, discussions. We spoke about the type of incentives that we can offer for annexation and redevelopment, and there was a desire to do a deeper dive on that with council to see what we could incentivize. And I wrote specifically, Councilman Scaletti talked about priorities being waterfront park, transportation issues, and putting money aside for matching grants and that type of thing. We discussed the transportation sales tax referendum, and as a result of that discussion, we had a priority of projects with some improvements to Rebo Road, not a reimagine Rebo Road, but I'm trying not to imagine Rebo Road project. 170 connector to provide some relief to the Boundary Street corridor. Some improvements, Salem Road, next some sidewalks and walkability issues, lighting issues in various places through the city, signals at a few different locations, and I think Nate captured some of that as well. And then lastly, or tied for last, is between Ladies Island and Fort Lauderdale Island. The demolition ordinance will be brought to a work session at council's request to take a look at that again. And then Carolina Days, we just talked about a way to maybe partner with HBF and come up with some events of our own to help celebrate Carolina Days.
Good resolution on the
Yeah, I've got that written for June. Got that written too. So did I miss anything that comes to council's mind?
Demolition work.
We have it.
Yeah, we have.
I think I would just add, you touched on it, but I think I would just add for our, because you broke the core competency into 3 buckets. So 2 of them were strategic and then
essential.
Yeah, non-core, discretionary. And I think that a component of those really should be independent of any subsidies, right? So I think those initiatives really do have a purpose. They were identified. There's a need that exists, whether that be economic development or community engagement or tourism, whatever it is, there is an absolute need for them, and so they should exist. And I think that in some ways, we have a role in kickstarting that, but I think that there just needs to be a component to it that very clearly defines a path to independence from the city in this case, right? So you kind of touched on that, but I just wanted to make sure that that was thrown back out there.
So there will be an opportunity to discuss that aspect of it again soon. At the February 24th work session, I'm scheduling our strategic partners to come in, and that's usually when they give you an update on what's going on in their world. And then that's usually when they make a pitch for the type of funding request that they'll request from the city in the FY27 budget. So it's a good time to talk about it then as well.
I guess anybody else have any closing comments they want to make? Charlie?
Those weren't my closing comments, but that's just what I captured, but we can come back.
Okay.
Well, just for closing, again, I want to reiterate my gratitude to Tracy and to the police department for their part in putting this together. I want to thank council for taking time out of 2 days of your life to be here. And we have a lot of long meetings, but hardly any of them were as long as our planning meetings. And so thank you for your patience and having a little different format this year to try to get us back to basics, or at least get us headed toward we know what we need to do to get back to basics. I think it was productive. I've provided surveys to each council member, and again, you don't have to provide it back to me today, but if you could get it to me at some point in the near future, so we could capture the results, catalog that, and plan a little better next year when we do this again, and we do update our strategic plan next year. So thank you all for your attention. Thank you for your participation, and I'm always available to you if you have additional feedback after you give me the forms. So, thank you.
Anyone from the department want to make a comment before we close? None. Charlie, you have any?
I just say thank you again for having the association. I echo the citizens' comment. Y'all have an incredible team. We get to work across the state, and y'all will be commended. I've already told them times.
Council, any comments?
Just want to thank our city manager, Scott Marshall, and Charlie Barno for doing this. I know it took time out of your week to get down here. Hopefully you'll safe travels home with the weather. And thank you to all staff. Great job. We got a great city here.
Thank you to that gentleman sitting behind your right shoulder. Sean Hill, who does amazing work anytime he does it. And if you want to know what the key is to our transparency in the city, it's Sean. So he is a tremendous.
Well, I'll pile on a little bit too. I just want to say thanks to the staff, especially, I know I called Scott, I think it was on Monday, Tuesday, I went to have lunch with him to talk about what to expect in this meeting, but he said, I'm a little too busy, bitch, I wish I could have lunch, but I know there's a lot of pedaling fast to get on step for something like this, and when it comes off very well, I know it's also gratifying, and as you should feel that way. So for all of those, I know the work that Scott has been doing, but I know a lot of, especially Tracy, was working to make it happen, and all the other staff members. And for all the citizens that spoke, I've told many folks that, yes, I was blessed to be elected, but I wasn't anointed with all knowledge, but I was elected. So hearing from the citizens helps to give me a sense of direction. So thank you very much. Thanks everybody. It's on you too. Thanks, sir.
Yeah, I would echo some of those very same comments. I mean, it is a lot of time to spend in here for 2 days, but we talked about some very important things. Special thank you to Chief Price and Tracy for orchestrating this and allowing us to use your space, and Scott for putting this together. All the department heads for taking the time to not just prepare the presentations and update us on where you were, but also identify your needs moving into the future based on what you're experiencing. Sean, thank you very much again. As always, man, you do a great job. And Charlie, thank you as well. I mean, that was next to genius, the way that you tallied up our priority list there. I haven't seen that before, so I'll steal that, I'll put that away, but.
The chairman of county council also said that was a great way to do it.
Yeah, thank you for being here. And thank you to the citizens, we did, both days, we've had citizens sit out there throughout the entire time, provide feedback almost through every topic that we discussed. We had those online. I know that we had several that were watching outside of here as well, but also just those that have taken the time throughout the year and the past several years to just relay their concerns to council, because it gives us the insight that we need to have these hard discussions, right? We know that there are members in our community, and rightfully so, that are worried about our path forward and if we will be able to achieve some of these tall tasks in front of us, the waterfront park being a big one, but our transportation issues as well. And so identifying some of the needs to better understand our capacity, right, in both a sense from a borrowing power, but also a sense of transportation. What are our parameters? How much development can we take? Are we past that limit, or what is it? And then let's base our growth off of understanding what our capacity is. And I think there's no better time to discuss that than as we're coming into a review of our comprehensive plan. And then I'll just use that as a plug to thank our planning commission members that showed up and online as well. But they do tremendous work, and really all of our boards and commissions, but tremendous work. And the city really wouldn't operate without them. Sometimes I think it's thankless and it's overlooked. But, the policies that we put in place and the plans that we put together, they wouldn't be worth much at all if you didn't have a body of folks that were willing to volunteer their time and ensure that that was followed through with. So thanks again, and it was a pleasure to be here.
echo those statements of thanks to all staff, especially Sean, Charlie. Greatly appreciate the organization, the setup, the use of this wonderful facility. Thank you, ma'am. Always take away more than I bring, which is always good. So, greatly appreciate the public comment and the participation as always. It's very important to us in the work that we do on council, and it is immeasurably important, and we really do appreciate all of it. And I thank council for attentive and great thoughts and collective being, and that's all I got.
Thank you, Mike. As we wrap up here, I echo everything that's been said, and I truly thank everyone for, your candor, your thoughtfulness, and everything you put into making this thing, this retreat successful. What matters most going forward is follow through. So let's make sure that we follow through on this, because we've said what we want to do or would like to try to do. People listen, certainly tell us when we're stepping out of our lane or doing whatever, but let's make sure we follow through on all. So with that, since I'm the chair, I guess, I can say we're adjourned. Have a good weekend. Don't let the snow bother you.
We're out of here.
Thank you.